Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. I trust you feel welcomed here. Well, I hope so anyway, because you certainly are. And as we wait for our first guests to arrive, I'd like to begin our Śarāvaṇa with an invocation, not to the Gayatri mantra today, but to the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to do it along with me. I'll be doing it with the Bija mantras. Om Ham Jum Saha Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuhu Om Saha Jum Ham Thank you. Allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system. I trust that we come together as equal souls with equitable possibilities. May we see each other as platforms for us to take refuge in, as we relate in our own experiences, as we uplift each other and share positive sentiments. Yes, it's still dear G to Infinity's birthday week. Happy birthday to them. Namaste, dear Marcy. Namaste, dear Sky Guardian. I trust that you are as well as you can be in this moment, dealing with all of the things that we are dealing with and the circumstances of life. I hope you know that your feelings are valid and in this moment you are whole. Hi, dear Talon. Jai Shri Ram, dear Luke. I'm very happy to be here. It's always an honor to be the host of this space, and it is my duty to try to make it one for us to feel connected, loved, understood. And if I can't do any of those things, I am sorry. I will try to be the best servant of the divinity within you as I can. Namaste, dear flower. And thank you, Chris Morton, for the pumpkin that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. May all obstacles on one's path be removed. Dear Tattvamasi, thank you for the quintet of roses you've blessed our Saṅgha starting off with today. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. And namaste, dear Savitri. We should do the Gayatri Mantra now that Savitri is here. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Thank you, dear John Simon, for your quartet of roses and your heart me. Om Shri Mahalakshmyai Namaha. Jai Gurus, yes. Dear Jacob, you wonder, do I have a certain spiritual belief or religion that I follow? My religion is humanity. My divinity is consciousness, and my prayer is my breath. Of course, dear Savitri, we have to do the mantra dedicated to the divinity known as Savitri. Thank you, dear Chris Morton, for the pumpkin, ice cream cone, and rose that you sent to. Dundargaye Namaha. Dear PSG, you ask, who am I? Where do I want to go? What is my purpose? You are the witness of life. You want to go wherever life takes you, and your purpose is to do just that. Dear Jacob, you ask, how do you think we got here on Earth? How do you think we got anywhere? We were already there. It's just that our being was finally ready. The conditions were right to express itself there. That one universal intelligence that goes by many names decided to wake up here. Thank you, dear Jill, for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! You are Kali's child, dear Savitri. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Dear Jevnio, you ask, can I say that again, the part of humanity being my religion? Sure. And this is an answer of someone with a beautiful Arabic name who asked what my religion is also. I see that you also bear the name of Allah, as we have written above. My religion is the unified essence of all the traditions behind me, so that I may find that divinity expressed equally everywhere. For regardless of which path is meant for you or me, I know that first and foremost, our divinity is shared by the whole of humanity. So humanity is our uniting religion. Consciousness, our uniting God, and breath, our uniting prayer. This we can all believe in. I'm happy to hear that, dear Jacob. I like that, dear Bubbles. No words cast so fine a net that truth doesn't slip through. One can try to sieve truth, but then it's like that story of the guru who asked their disciple to fill a sieve with water. For days, this student tried to fill up the sieve. You know what a sieve is? A rice strainer, you can think of instead. Imagine trying to fill up a rice strainer with water. No matter how much water you pour, it always drains out. And you think, what a ridiculous task this guru has dealt me. Clearly it's impossible. I will go back to my guru and said, aha, it was a trick question. See, you were trying to teach me that such useless tasks are not for us to pursue. that no matter how hard we try to sieve truth through a sieve, we can never fill it up. The Guru said, actually, it is possible. The disciple said, you're going to have to tell me how. You want this sieve to be filled with water? All you have to do is like this. And he takes it and he throws it in the ocean. And the sieve sinks to the ocean floor. Now it is filled with water. So too, we can try to fill up ourselves with spiritual practices, with the right amount of logical inquiry and intellectual discrimination. But we will never be immersed in the ocean of spiritual bliss and wisdom if we don't dive deep ourselves and completely surrender. I'm happy to hear that. That resonated with you, dear Jevnio. I first heard that from Yogi Raj Sadgurunath Siddhanath. Thank you, dear Laura, for the pair of tiny dinies that you sent to him. Yippee! And dear Chandler, thank you for the team bracelet and heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear G, you share you think this is the first time you've seen me with my hair fully up. Probably. Yes. Dear Savitri, you ask, why does life have to be such a battle? It doesn't have to be a battle. If you feel like there's something in this moment that you have to fight, then you forget that you're already a winner. You have won over and triumphed over every challenge that's attempted to forsake you. In this moment, you are still whole and here and ready to continue to expand on the expressions of life from that divine source within. You are already a winner. There is no battle to fight, but there are challenges to befriend. And when our relationship with this moment changes from one of a fight to one of friendship, then the challenges no longer make us feel defensive, and instead we feel like we needed just more understanding. That is all this moment is a place that's ripe for understanding, not battles. It can feel like a war sometimes, but it doesn't have to be so. Make love, not war. Dear Flower, you share you remember going on a school trip to a Buddhist temple. It was enlightening, and there were a lot of snakes around for some reason. Very symbolic. Very beautiful. I wish my school went on field trips to Buddhist temples. Instead, we went to the morgue to teach us about the dangers of drunk driving, which is equally powerful, I might say. Dear Jevnio, you ask, how can you help a friend who is feeling in depression? I like what Jim Carrey said, that being depressed is needing deep rest. It's true, isn't it? That everything you want to do when you're depressed is a form of rest. We just usually phrase it in terms of what you're not doing. You're not getting out of bed. You're not going out. You're not doing all of these high-intensity activities. But when you phrase it like that, it sounds like you're supposed to be doing all that. And there is value and productivity in doing all those things for sure. But what are you doing? We've only described depression in terms of what it isn't. You know, if you really listen closely to all the descriptions of depression, it's just describing what you're not doing. But what is it that the depressed person is doing? They're resting. They're trying to take some time off from life. They've withdrawn from the world in order to hopefully connect with a deeper part of themselves. And a lot of the suffering comes not from the fact that you're supposed to be doing something else, but because you feel like you're supposed to be doing something else. And so there's a resistance to actually going within and connecting with that part that needs to be connected with. That part which, once touched, instantly fills us with healing energy. Yes, one day we would like for our depressed friends to come out of their hole and join the world again with pride and joy, but that comes after something deep transforms within them. Until then, we have to give them the space and the time and the courage to embark on that inner journey, to know that you're absolutely allowed to be feeling like this because something beautiful is happening on the inside. It is like a chrysalis where the caterpillar makes a cocoon and then dissolves into mush within, and then it rearranges itself into something that now has wings, and then it pushes against that cocoon, giving it the strength to stretch its wings and fly. Metamorphosis. Thank you, Marcy. So, do not treat them like the butterfly who has become trapped in a cocoon. Think of it as a caterpillar that is about to become free. And thank you for your love from Colorado, dear Studio HIA. I love that, dear Sky Guardian. All of you deserve to be happy. May you all be happy. It's a little chilly in my room tonight. Thank you for listening, dear Jeb Neil. Now, I have a little show and tell for all of you, from one of you. Today I wanted to go through some photos sent by one of our dear Sangis, known as Deb. And Deb has titled these photos and paragraph along with it, Experiences and Finding Your Passions. So I hope you resonate with this. I'll read to you what these photographs, I guess, mean to Deb, and then I'll show you them. She writes, I lived and worked in London for 2 years, and it helped me realize how amazing and different New Zealand is, and how much easier it is. We are in a little world of our own at the bottom of the world. My experience was both exciting and challenging. I lived in a hostel due to high living costs. I got to meet people from all over the world. I traveled around the UK and Europe, and explored many places in London. I loved it and hated it at times. It was like survival. Most people don't own cars like everyone does in New Zealand. In New Zealand, we can afford trips away on a low-income job and go out for dinner or into town, something I rarely did while I was living there. It was all sightseeing for me, and I loved it. I took so many photos, and I have a new passion after sorting through all my photos recently. I am going to travel around photographing New Zealand landscapes as I explore my own country a little more. I learned new experiences, and traveling helps us see new perspectives and can lead us towards new passions we didn't realize we had. We are always changing with the people we meet and the experiences we gain. We are here to experience the differences and challenges this planet has to offer. But I have realized we need to make sure that we are having a life too. Very beautiful. Alright, now let me show you guys these beautiful photos. I agree, G2 Infinity. Go Deb! Now let's see. Not sure how well I'll be able to put these photos in frame for you. These are some famous landmarks around London that Deb saw firsthand. I've seen this before. I forget exactly what it is, but wow, even captured the plane behind. A monument commemorating something. Maybe one of you know. Just 4 photos. That's the first one. Beautiful sunset, transition from the orange, and oh my goodness, I didn't even realize the clock tower is in the background with the Big Ben bell inside. This is Nelson's column. Thank you, Louise and Chris. It's funny. The most iconic landmark is also there. And here we have some other angles of the clock tower. I forget the name of this clock tower, but I know that the bell inside is called Big Ben, and most people think that the clock tower itself is called Big Ben. But actually it's just the biggest bell at the top that's known as Ben. Oh, how interesting. I've never noticed that there's some inscription below the clock. Written in some Gothic font. Looks like Latin of some kind. Maybe a hallmark to the time that the Romans lived here. It's Elizabeth Tower. Thank you, dear Phoenix Witch. And it's fairly newly been renovated. Ah, how lovely. And I see all the different crosses up top. It's amazingly decorated. I never really knew that before. And then here we have British Parliament, I think. We can see the Elizabeth Tower right on the side, next to the river, which I'm forgetting the name of, the very famous river that flows through London. This is Westminster, the Palace of Westminster. Ah, that's what it is. Thank you. The Thames River. Thank you. Yeah, this is the classic London experience right here. And then here's the this is London Bridge, isn't it? Or is this one of those misnomers as well, where we think of it as London Bridge, but it's Tower Bridge, isn't it? That's it. Yeah, the history of that bridge is quite amazing. No, yeah, that's right. I think the original London Bridge was I guess a few hundred meters to the side, or maybe less than that. But This is relatively newer, but still has a very rich history. And what a beautiful sunset. Look at the purples at the top and the streaks of yellow as reflected in the water. How beautiful. The orange spectrum shares G to infinity. That's a very sacred hour. Now that is the other Brahma Muhurta, the hour of God. There's one that happens just before the sun rises and just after it sets. Best time to meditate is when the sky's looking like this. Those are the 4 pictures. I'll go back through them. Now, you can remember them. I learned something new about all of these. This is Tower Bridge, Westminster Palace, Elizabeth Tower, and Nelson's Pillar. How lovely. It's all there. Oh, what a beautiful story about leaving home and discovering a passion for photography and then returning home and photographing your own land that you were raised in or grew up around. Thank you, dear Deb. This has been Experiences and Finding Your Passions. How sweet. And I love that. Yeah. No need to overcomplicate. I show and tell. Please, if anyone else wants to ever share something, it can just be some photographs and the meaning behind them. We've got a couple more lined up, and if you want to be added to that list, check out the application form in the link in my bio. I say application form, I'm not sure what else to describe it as. It's not like I'm going through it and going, yep, you're accepted, nope, you're rejected. So far I haven't rejected any of them. It is a form though, a Google form, and it gets added to my Google Sheets. So check that out. Thank you for listening and watching to this section of Show and Tell. Welcome those who joined while we were doing that too. Dear Gabriella, thank you for the harp me you sent. Om Bharam Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. And dear Vince of York, thank you for your team bracelet. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namaha. That's a mantra for the Ganga. And E-Dog, thank you for the rose you sent too. Om Kamalir Maha Kali Kaye Namaha. Is it another birthday today? Phoenix Witch's birthday today. Oh. And here you are helping us out on your birthday as we navigate the landmarks, not the landmarks, I guess they're landmarks, but the iconography of London. Well, congratulations on completing another trip around our solar system. You've done well, wiser, more experienced. May you have many more. And thank you for blessing this space with such an important day for you here. Hello, dear Alyssa. Welcome. Thank you, dear E-Dog, for the rose that you sent as well, in addition to your last. Ram Ram. I would love to read from another section of our book with you all, Hollywood to the Himalayas, recounting the journey of Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati as she becomes divine. Previously a PhD psychology student, now How is someone following a guru in the foothills of India, discovering herself like she never has before? Oh, there's some beautiful pictures at the back of this book. We will have to wait until the end to reveal them, though. Dear Girly Pop, you're wondering, what is Saṅgha and what is Śarāvaṇa? I'm happy you asked. Welcome. Saṅgha means a gathering. It means a space where people come together to uplift each other, to encourage each other to deepen their own spiritual practices, whatever they may be, even if they're different from each other. Happy to have a diversity. Śarāvaṇa is the first section of a Saṅgha dedicated to listening, and we're about to listen from another section of this lovely book. So I hope you'll enjoy reading with me. This chapter, chapter 34, is titled Gallstones? The Miracle of Ayurveda. May this reading relax you. For the first few years at the ashram, I ate my meals happily in the bhandara, the large main dining hall. Bells rang twice a day, and I took my place cross-legged on the thin mat and ate whatever was scooped onto my metal tray. Occasionally, spontaneously, my guru, Swamiji, would ask, "Would you like to eat chocolate?" Sometimes it was after a meeting about seva, selfless service. After clearing a full file of work, he'd say, "Maybe there is some chocolate for you." Sometimes, in seemingly random moments, he would say, "Chocolate? Would you like a chocolate?" How boxes of Belgian, Swiss, German, and Austrian chocolate appeared in the small refrigerator of the tiny kitchen Swamiji used for heating water to gargle or drink in the winter was beyond me. "Yes, I know you like it," he'd say, sticking one piece in my mouth and another into my hands. "I want this, Guru. I want chocolate, Guru." "You must feel bored with the food being the same all the time," he asked one day. How could I explain the gift of never having to think about what to eat? How to explain the gift of chanting while everyone's plates were being filled, then eating boiled potatoes and lentils in silence, flanked by fellow devotees? Bored? Never. For the first time in my life, and perhaps for the first time in generations of women in my family, food had become a friend. I didn't miss anything. If we recall back to, well, many parts of this book, our dear author had struggled with eating disorders for much of her childhood and parts of her adult life, specifically bulimia. But through her spiritual practice, she has been transformed into, clearly, a whole new unit. Quite the unit now she is. Eating food, happy to eat food. And I love that her guru is making her feel safe to do so. But chocolate was never to be refused. And it wasn't just any chocolate. He never fed me Cadbury or Nestle or any generic variety. It was as though the exotic chocolate fairy paid a visit to his fridge every week and left a box for his American secretary. Sometimes, after meeting with a group of devotees in his garden, he would rise from the grass, and we would all rise with him. I always tried to stay back to see if there was actually any important seva or anything Swamiji needed. Or so I told myself. Actually, it was to linger for an extra glance, an extra smile, an extra energetic transmission of the grace that flowed from his eyes into my cells. As I'd lose awareness of where my body physically ends and the universe begins, as I melted into the jasmine-fragranced evening or the sun-soaked afternoon, as I bowed low at his feet and then rose to meet his eyes, to swim again in an ocean without a shore, Swamiji would say, "Chocolate? Would you like a chocolate?" Then, one day in April 1999, a devotee arrived with a basket of baked goodies. Bringing food items to the Guru is standard fare. Each day as lines of devotees wait on benches in and near the reception area for the 2 open darshans, their hands and laps are full of fruit. But Swamiji long ago announced that he would not accept any gifts. "I don't need anything. Bring only your pain. Bring only your obstacles. Bring only your anger. Give me that as your Guru Dakshina." A gift from disciple to Guru. Do not bring gifts. Then people tried bringing large bouquets of flowers or intricately woven garlands. "Please leave the flowers on the bushes where God put them," he would request. "I appreciate and accept your devotion, but please offer me the flower of your heart, the flower of your service for humanity. Do not bring bouquets of God's children who have been ripped from their stem." Later, he acquiesced to accepting a single flower. "Okay, as our tradition of offering flowers to the Guru is so strong, you may offer just one flower." He amended the instructions, but it must have fallen from the bush or vine. He emphasized, do not pluck any flowers. So devotees were left with the possibility of fruit. Swamiji had instructed specifically what he wanted. Our anger, our pain, our obstacles, our temptations, to offer these to him so he could give them to Ganga or to God, and we would be free. He wanted our devotion and our commitment to serve humanity. He did not want gifts. But tradition is strong, and the grip is not easily loosened, and fruit became the gift of choice. Fruit he did not refuse. It could always be used. Use it or lose it. He used it. With so many people eating every day, fruit at least could be shared and could benefit everyone. It didn't harm the earth. The bounty was provided by Mother Nature. And I love that. I was thinking the other day, you know how when we talk about different diets, we say that no matter what you eat, you have to eat some part of life. I think we often forget that there is at least one kind of life that we eat that is a consensual process, and that's fruit. The tree provides fruit so that we eat it. Of course, the transaction is that we poop out the seeds, and those seeds grow into other plants, but otherwise we can compost the seeds or the cores of our apples or whatever we're eating. And there's definitely no karma in eating fruit then, unless you steal it from someone. Anyway, but one day some devotees came from Australia with a basket of egg-free cakes and cookies. That evening, Swamiji took me into his small kitchen. "This has come," he said, pointing to a large wicker gift basket filled with more than a dozen boxes of Western baked goods. "They are very nice items. You can enjoy them." Within the next 2 days, I had eaten nearly everything in the basket. Until then, I'd had no craving. I never found myself thinking, "Oh, I'd love a cookie." But once I beheld the beauty of these Australian goodies set artfully on fake grass, I could think of nothing else. I became a marionette with strings being pulled by a part of me I'd forgotten was there. I opened the first box and put one cookie into my mouth, and my taste buds kicked right in. I finished the whole box without even realizing what had happened. That happens, doesn't it? Each box was a different variety, and so they all had to be tried. Whenever I went back to the kitchen for another, I couldn't very well move the basket to my office, even though I was the only one eating it. If Swamiji was in his sitting room alone, I would ask him, "Would you like one?" I knew the answer would be no, but just to be polite, I asked. He granted me the freedom to access the kitchen, and I didn't want him to think I was ungrateful or took it for granted. "Are you sure you wouldn't even like one?" I asked. "They are really nice. You were right." "No," he said without even looking up. Then as I moved past him into the kitchen, he continued, "We don't just keep eating." In Hindi, me and hum, I and we, are used interchangeably. So Swamiji and other Indians might say we when they're actually referring to themselves in the singular. It's possible he meant the plural we to refer to the true yogis or spiritual people, or to those who have a grip on their impulses, or who are not slaves to their senses. He didn't elaborate, and I was too embarrassed to ask. He felt me pause and said, No, it's okay. Keep enjoying." Whereas most spiritual teachers give both instructions and injunctions, Swamiji's way is to remove obstacles between us and our growth. He doesn't change us, but rather encourages situations through which we will experience what we need for personal change. He had intuited that I was still under the thumb of my taste buds, and that parts of me still craved the numbness of a carb hangover. A carb hangover. That's funny. Until those parts were brought into the light, they couldn't be healed. So he handed me a monster basket of cakes and cookies. For 2 days, I was intoxicated, and, other than a bit bloated, not unpleasantly so. I skipped most of the meals in the bandara and fed myself chocolate-filled cookies and sandwiches instead. Or actually, what she had written is, chocolate-filled cookie sandwiches instead. On the night of the 3rd day, after having finished off most of the basket and given away everything else for fear I would eat it, I woke up feverish and trembling. I shook to the core, not just my arms and legs, but the muscles that held my organs in place. This went on all night long. The next morning I called the ashram doctor, who said it sounded like malaria. He gave me some medicine for fever and said to watch it another day. The same thing happened the following night. "It's definitely malaria," the doctor pronounced, even though the blood tests came back negative. Then the diarrhea started. If this food is making you nibbly G to infinity, I think we're about to transition to a less appetizing topic. By this point, the gift basket was far from my mind. It had been nearly 2 days since I had finished my last cookie, and I figured the diarrhea was related to the fever, not the pastries. And the diarrhea was white, in case you needed to know that. Like someone who had simply poured a glass of milk into the toilet. I spent the next 2 days doubled over in pain with a fever that finally broke on the 3rd day. But the diarrhea didn't go away with the fever. The doctor gave me a variety of medicines, but none of them worked. Finally, Swamiji called an Ayurvedic doctor he knew, a renowned specialist in the traditional ancient India system of medicine. The doctor did not need a stool sample or even to feel my distended stomach. He looked at my tongue and held the wrists of both my hands gently while taking the pulse of my inner forearm with different fingers and pressure. I felt like the strings of a guitar on which he played a very slow, deliberate melody. Finally, he asked, "Have you eaten a lot of midha recently?" Midha is the Hindi word for the wonder bread variety of refined white flour. It had now been 5 or 6 days since my binge, and I actually hadn't connected it with malaria, a mosquito-borne illness. Well, yes, I admitted. I ate a lot of cookies and cakes just under a week ago. He explained that the sugar in the flour had taxed my internal organs. He didn't specify anything more, and that it would only get worse and would create a lifetime of difficulty for me if I didn't follow his instructions exactly. He sent a young boy out into the market to get a variety of herbs he crushed by hand over the following hour. Finally, he handed me 3 or 4 bottles, each containing what looked like dirt from different flower pots. They were each brown and finely ground, some a bit darker and some a bit lighter. This one you take before each meal, 1 spoonful in the mouth, followed by freshly churned buttermilk. This one you mix into the buttermilk, 1/2 spoon. This should be eaten with papaya first thing in the morning. And this one take twice a day on an empty stomach, followed by 1 glass of warm water. And, he said as he stood to leave, no more medha. Since the cookies, I had barely eaten anything. I had no appetite at all, and between the pain and the fever, it was all I could do to get down some fruit or thin soup. Within 24 hours of starting the medical regime, I was starving. I walked into our kitchen and asked the cook, "Please make me a full meal. I am so hungry." The fever ended without ever actually breaking. There were no sweaty sheets or wet shirts from the perspiration of a fever breaking. This one just went quietly away, as did the diarrhea. After 2 days, it was as though the entire experience had never happened. When I was back in Los Angeles a few months later, I mentioned to my doctor what I had been through, and he asked me to come in for an ultrasound. "Seems like you had gallstones," he said. "The cookies probably pushed them into the duct, which is why you had such pain and the fever." This doctor seems to somehow... My doctor paused for a long moment. "He seems to have just melted them." The science of Ayurveda, literally the science, the Veda, scripture, wisdom of life, is based on balance. A balance of hot and cold, light and heavy, energies and characteristics. Its goal is not to treat the symptoms, but to restore balance to the system. Through feeling the pulses of the body, not just the speed of the heart, but the flow of the different energy systems, and looking at the health of the tongue, the doctor gets all the information needed to know what's out of balance. I was out of balance both physically and mentally. The baked goods had thrown my digestive organs into a frenzy, leading, perhaps, as my LA doctor hypothesized, to gallstones getting pushed into the duct. But it was a systemic imbalance in the first place that had led me being unable to stop eating something so detrimental to my own health. Self-sabotage, on any level, is an indication of a system gone awry. His treatment not only cured the diarrhea and fever, it not only dissolved the gallstones, if there were gallstones, it also rebalanced my system, such that the moment, more than 20 years ago, such that since that moment, more than 20 years ago, I have never been tempted to eat a cookie or cake, even if it's vegetarian. That's the end of the 34th chapter. Thank you for listening. Namaste. That is a bit of an introduction into the science of life, Ayurveda. It's very similar to Tibetan medical practices. Perhaps they share a common origin. I was recently watching documentaries on on Tibetan doctors, and they do exactly the same thing. They put different fingers on different parts of different veins, not just to check the speed of the heart and blood pressure, but to feel the changing rate of flow from one part of your body to another. And then they just look at you. No poking and prodding and various tests that are invasive. And they give you some magical combination of herbs, and then a significant amount of the time the people get cured. And it's amazing. If only we could complement our Western science with this ancient Eastern practice. It's nice to have both worlds at our disposal. That was a funny chapter. I really liked that. We'll read the next chapter next time. Originally I was planning to read 2 chapters, but I thought that was long enough. I thought it was shorter than it was, but it was a good length for today. So thank you. Thank you, dear Tabby Cat, for the pair of roses that you sent while we read. Om Saraswatyai Namaha. And thank you to those who joined while we were reading. Welcome. Hello, dear, the spiritual pet nanny. The name of that book we were reading was Hollywood to the Himalayas. A Journey of Healing and Transformation by Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati. Thank you, dear Tattvamasi, for your quartet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. You're very welcome, the spiritual pet nanny. Thank you, Tabby Cat, for another trio of roses. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Namaste, dear angel. And Mahina, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear 21, which is the answer to the equation, the formula 9 plus 10. Jog in your memories. Can I do a symbolic analysis of the symbols behind me? We could do a couple. Probably take a while to do all of them. Why don't we start with the Tree of Life? This beautiful symbol. I'm wondering if I can even zoom in specifically on that symbol. I know my camera's pretty good, but I don't know if I'm able to pan. Can I pan? I cannot pan, unfortunately. Oh well. I'm wearing pajamas. Tree of Life, what a beautiful symbol. And of course, a tree has an origin point, its base. And there's just one. And from that one stem, or trunk, many branches branch out, and it's like a fractal. It is a fractal. In fact, it's called an L system in fractal mathematics. From one branch you get 2, from those 2 branches you get 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, etc. So too, we all come from one source, but very quickly that source goes under a series of divisions, creating, 10 to the 82 different particles in this universe. 10 to the 82, that's 1 followed by 82 zeros. That's like something like a billion. So we can see the tree of life as something which starts off as one but branches out and becomes many. That's just one aspect of the tree. If you go up, if you go down, the reverse is true, isn't it? Many different roots combining to form one. And if you think about this whole universe as well, maybe that's a kind of cyclicality. That so too, this entirety of the many comes together to form the basis for some new universe at some point. So they all come back together in some way. And I really like the circle that connects it all together. I'm sure the circle probably has some profound meaning too, but to me it's the simplicity of it all being connected together, that which brings the roots and the branches, part of one cohesive symbol. I remind you of Carl Sagan, dear Rianan. Well, he was a very talented orator of science. And I respect him deeply. Hello, dear Michelle. Dear Angel, you ask, isn't that the Fibonacci? You're very close. Fibonacci is also an exponentially growing sequence. But its common ratio converges to the golden ratio. 1.618 something something something. 1 plus the square root of 5 all over 2. Whereas the sequence we described was the binary sequence, and the common ratio is exactly 2 between them. But both examples of exponentially growing sequences. Fibonacci may be a little more natural, a little more organic. And in fact, on something like a tree, I think you would expect something like the Fibonacci sequence of branches rather than a binary sequence of 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. So that's a very good observation or connection, dear Angel. Dear Jay and Restolium. I'm not sure if I can pronounce your name better. Do let me know. Would I ever get a tattoo? I had wanted one for a long time, until about this year, where I felt like symbolism of a tattoo is very beautiful, but you know, tattoos fade over time. I wish to tattoo something more permanent, like my heart. I wish to tattoo my heart with the impressions of all the loved ones in my life. I wish to tattoo my mind with affirmations. These things I will carry with me for a long time after the tattoo fades, and even as this body gets dropped and another one is acquired. But I love seeing tattoos on other people. My mother has a very beautiful sunflower, and if I were to get a tattoo, I'd probably get a sunflower too in honor of my mother. Radhe Radhe, dear Fiji water bottle. And Jay. Dear Greg RG, you ask, how many digits of pi can I say? You feel like it's a lot? Well, you see, you know I come from a background where I wanted to be a mathematician. Digits of pi can I say? You feel like it's a lot? Well, you see, you know I come from a background where I wanted to be a mathematician. My connection, I think, has returned now. Do let me know. I'm back. All right. Yes, mathematicians, they like to memorize equations of pi rather than digits of pi. So I don't know many digits of pi, but I can tell you many equations for pi. All I know is 3.14159265358 something like that. I might have missed one or got one wrong, but yeah. When it comes to using pi in a calculation, I always use the exact value as far as I can, you know. When I write the number pi down, I don't write the digits. I just write I just write the symbol pi. You know, I wish I could have a thicker marker than that. You know, that looks like just a hair on your screen. You're going to be trying to wipe that off. Like, why can't I get this off my screen? Can I change? Oh, I can change the size. Let's get a nice thick pi going. Oh, what is this? Now I'm just drawing a line. Perfect line. I want a freehand line like that. There. This is pi to a mathematician. Pi is just pi. That's exactly what it is. Pi to me is not its decimal expansion, it's the definition. It's the definition of the... Here, this isn't going to fit. I'm going to have to make this smaller. Pi is the area of the circle, which we can express as 2 times the area under the curve of the square root of 1 minus x squared with respect to x, which creates the shape of a semicircle, which is why we're doubling it to get its area. Actually, you know what? We don't need to double it, do we? Because the area of a circle is already 2 pi relative to a unit radius. So we can just leave it as is from -1 to 1. That's pi. 3.14 blah, 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 blah. That's what you get if you solve that integral. But the integral itself, that's pi, you know, that's something difficult for a mathematician to express, is that the value of something is not in its measurement, but in the property that it fulfills. Because if you just look at the series of digits, you don't know what it means. You don't know what it represents. You know what? I did get that wrong, didn't I, dear Gregorji? It is. I should double that integral. It is 2 times that. Thank you. But yeah, if someone just handed you these digits, 3.14159, etc., and they asked you, what does this mean? Well, you'd have no idea, really, unless you somehow came across it before. And if you come across it, then you can go, oh, I've seen that before. That's the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, or some other equivalent. But if you give the formula, which might not contain any numbers at all, but just symbols relating to each other, then it's the relationship between those symbols that gives you the real value of pi. Now you can see that if you know what the symbols mean, you go, oh, without even knowing what its measure is, I know that this represents either the area of a circle or the ratio of its circumference to its diameter. And it's something that has always stuck out with me from my journey of theoretical mathematics, is that, you know, in school we're so concerned with the absolute value that something has, its measurement, something that we can put on a scale and go, this is what it is. But as you get higher, the numbers themselves drop away, and you're less concerned with absolute measurements as you are with relationships between things. And it's in the relationships, it's in the equations, it's in the dynamic between two things moving together where the real value is. And at that point, it's no longer about where you can place it on the number line or how you express it in terms of digits, but it's in the symbolism of what it represents as a whole. Good evening, dear Sylvie. Nice to have you here. Now I have to be careful with my math talk, or I'm going to put everyone to sleep. Have to remind everyone that there's no test, so you don't have to worry. And the spiritual pet nanny who asks, do I have any interest in numerology? I am interested in becoming kinder every day, becoming more patient, more loving, and I think we can do that without any number other than one, because together we are one. And it's in our oneness that we find these great virtues of kindness and compassion and love, finding value. Hello, Purple People Lover. Dear Mahina, you share your dad was really good at math. You were 9 when he died, and you had his book and drew fractals at the funeral. You didn't know what you were doing or making. Sounds like a very self-referential part of your father continued to live on through you in that moment. And just like I am sure that his mind was full of fractals, as any mathematician should be, or math enthusiast. Fractal is by definition, or at least by one definition, something in which you can find repeating parts of itself at different scales. And you, at that time, a small piece of your father, engaging in something that was within his mind, I'm sure too, whether you knew it or not, you were continuing the fractal of his life. As you continue today. And thank you, dear Renvox, for the baby ghost that you shared. Ham Jum Saha Bhurabhuva Swaha Triambakam Yajamahi Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Swaha Bhuvha Bhuhu Saha Jum Rhiannon, can we talk about Penrose staircase? Not sure if I'm familiar with Penrose's staircase. Oh wait, is that the impossible staircase that loops on itself? Yep. Yes, fun fact, that cannot exist in a 3D universe, which is Euclidean like ours. There are 8 different kinds of geometries that a universe can have. It's called the geometrization theorem. The exact number of geometries for each dimension is not known, I believe. But we know the first few. For 0 dimensions, there's only one possible geometry. Let's see if I can draw this. What's a nice color that'll stand out? Nice red. For 0 dimensions, you can only have a point. Just a single point. For 1 dimension, you can just have either a line that goes on forever or a line that loops back on itself. So there's 2 possible geometries for 2 dimensions, or 1 dimension, sorry. Once you get to 2 dimensions, then it's a little bit more interesting. In 2 dimensions, you can either have a plane, a sphere, spherical geometry. I don't know if I can make this look like a sphere for you. And then there's a hyperbolic space, which I'm definitely not going to be able to draw. So there's 3 different kinds of geometries for 2 dimensions. For 3 dimensions, there becomes 8 different geometries. And most of them are just a combination of what we have already. You take the one dimension line and you take the span of that, the cross product of that with the two-dimensional plane, you get Euclidean universe. You take the circle of one dimension and you take the cross product of that with a sphere of 2 dimensions, and then you get a 3-dimensional spherical geometry. There's also a way of creating a 3D hyperbolic geometry. But in none of those cases will you get something that a Penrose staircase is able to exist within. You have to get even more exotic. These are the basic higher dimensional spaces. Euclidean, which is just flat. It's what you expect. Everything just goes on forever equally in all directions. Nothing fancy. It's what we think our universe is. Spherical geometry means that you go far enough in one direction, you end up in the same place. You're scratching your head like, how did that happen? But that's spherical geometry. It's like there's less space than you think. It looks like the universe is infinite, but if you go in any direction, you end up returning to the same spot. Less space than you think. Hyperbolic geometry is just the reverse. There's so much space that you take 3 steps in any direction and now you're lost. You're like, oh my god. Nothing is recognizable. There's just so much space that all it takes is just a little step in one direction, and then you look around like, I'm lost. It's like if everything was like the TARDIS from Doctor Who, where it's bigger on the inside, except everywhere you go, it's bigger. No matter where you go, you walk any direction, it's like I'm in a whole new place all of a sudden. That's hyperbolic geometry. Even in such a place, the Penrose staircase is impossible. We have to go to some very advanced geometries that I'm not even sure I can pronounce the name of. Let's see if I can bring this Wikipedia page up on screen, if I remember the name of it. If I search up geometrization theorem. Yes, the geometrization conjecture, but it's now a theorem, but the Wikipedia page has remained unchanged. I'm not actually sure if I have... Oh, no, I do have a Chrome tab that I can open for all of you. So we were talking about... there's spherical geometry that we talked about. You go in one direction, you end up at the same place. Euclidean geometry is what we usually imagine, nothing special. Hyperbolic. And then there's the combinations of those where, for example, 2 dimensions are spherical, but 1 is Euclidean. That would be like a cylindrical universe, where there's one very specific direction that you could walk in, and you'd never get back to where you started. But any other direction, you end up wrapping back, like a cylinder. And then similarly, you can have a universe that's partially hyperbolic, where in one direction you can take a walk and everything seems pretty normal. But if you go in any other direction than that, you'll end up getting lost very quickly. And then here's the other 3 that are just beyond comprehension. There's the geometry of the universal cover of SL2R, often just called SL2R twiddle, due to the tilde over the SL. I can't really describe that to you. Then there's Nil Geometry and Soul Geometry. I can't describe that to you either. But only in one of these can impossible shapes actually exist, like the impossible triangle, the impossible cube, the impossible staircase, the Penrose staircase. In these geometries, it's actually possible, and there are YouTube videos of what it would look like to be in that space. And if you're patient with me, I can even show you what that's like, and we can take a field trip into these 8 different geometries. How does that sound? You guys want to go on a field trip into the 8 different possible, including those 3 ones where impossible geometries exist? Yeah? All right. Let's see if I can find this video. All right, I have found the video.
Hello.
So we're gonna take a field trip now to the geometries that we mentioned. We're starting off in our regular Euclidean, but we're going to be going into some pretty wild ones pretty quickly. And maybe if you meditate, you can go to these places too. This is pure mathematics. When it comes to our universe, this probably has very little applicability, but it's just fun to know that mathematically it's possible for things to exist like this, possibly in the inside of black holes or in other crazily curved parts of our universe.
Hello and welcome to Rock Tour. In this video, we will take you on a one-of-a-kind adventure through various geometries.
Let's go!
We start in a well-known and quite familiar Euclidean geometry. You might think that you've seen this before because the world is made of cubes and it resembles Minecraft. However, this is not Minecraft. This is something more strange. And look at those arch-like structures. These are portals that will guide us to other geometries, and we will look for them in each world we will travel to. So without further ado, let's go through this green portal. You may need to adjust to the craziness of this unfamiliar world. We will do it slowly and explain the visual effects you will see. The first rule is do not be fooled by your eyes.
So I'm going to be pausing and then referring back to the Wikipedia article. This looks like H2 cross R. So it's hyperbolic in 2 dimensions, but Euclidean in 1. Where was that? This one. The geometry of H2 cross R is what we're looking at first.
Structures far away from you appear to be compressed vertically. They seem to be very, very narrow. But hey, look! As
I said, this is one of those spaces where you'd get very lost very quickly because there's just so much space going on in that plane that we're looking orthogonal to. If you imagine just flying up in there, you'd look back at some point and go, oh my god, I've flown only how many meters? But good luck finding your way back. But as I said, there's one dimension that if we turn left or right, it'll look pretty normal. And so we'll see that.
Come closer, this effect becomes weaker. Non-Euclidean geometry comes with perspective working differently than you would expect. Accept that your intuitions gained in the Euclidean world may be useless here. The second rule is pay attention to the shapes you see. Look, the word.
So this is that one dimension we were talking about, where if you walk in that, it's pretty normal. But if you go left or right, up or down, you're going to get lost.
It is no longer based on the cubes. We told you this is not Minecraft. The faces we see here are pentagonal. Their edges may appear curved, but they are not. Again, this is only because the perspective works weirdly. The third rule is feel free to measure the angles. If you examine any of...
So check this out. We say that a regular polygon with right angles is a square. In hyperbolic geometry, that's not necessarily true. You can have a pentagon with right angles. And you can check they're all right angles as we'll go through
those
them.
pentagons, you will see that the edges are straight. Moreover, all angles of those pentagons are 90 degrees. And yes, this is a shape that is not possible in your Euclidean world.
And look what happened. As she traced herself around all 5 sides of the square. Think about that. All 5 sides of the square. She didn't rotate her head or the camera, but she ended up 90 degrees. You'll notice the floor is now on the right side. That's something called holonomy, because we exist in a curved space. It's something that doesn't happen here, but in curved spaces, you can end up just walking along right angles, but end up yourself turned at a right angle by the time that you get back. Like we're just going up to the left, right, down of this 5-sided square, and then we ended up with the right side of our face on the ground. How did that happen? Holonomy.
And this is not just a perspective trick. This word is really different. We are now in a hybrid geometry. Even though the pentagons are weird, they are put on each other just like in the Euclidean geometry. Side walls and floors are plain old Euclidean squares. Okay, let's use another portal to understand where the weird pentagons come from.
So now we're about to depart from a partially hyperbolic space H2 cross R. By the way, that means there's 2 dimensions that are hyperbolic and 1 that's Euclidean. And we'll be going right into totally hyperbolic geometry. This is the one where there's so much space everywhere that you can actually fit an infinite amount of different Euclidean spaces inside hyperbolic spaces. What does that mean? Well, you'll see as we go through this space, all of those yellow, you see there's going to be yellow kind of planets in the sky. Those are actually entire Euclidean spaces, entire planes. It looks like they're all bundled up, but that's the nature of hyperbolic geometry, is you have infinite space which is bundled up everywhere, which is why it's so easy to get lost. Thank goodness we don't live in hyperbolic space. We'd never find each other. You'd invite me to a party and I'd never show up.
Welcome to 3-dimensional hyperbolic geometry, the home.
So you'll see that she's walking on an infinite plane herself, and that plane is actually flat, but due to the perspective of light warping through this curved space, it does look curved. And what she's walking on is exactly the same as what's actually in the sky. All up there, every yellow dot or yellow looking polyhedron is actually a perfectly infinite and flat plane of its own that you could walk on forever, but it's all contained. Which mathematicians studied these concepts? Asked G to infinity. Many mathematicians. This arises in group theory, and there's many group theorists. It arises when you study Einstein's theory of relativity, because there's regions of our universe that do behave like this, like in black holes, for example. And one of those physicist mathematicians was Penrose, Roger Penrose, such is why we were brought to this conversation with the topic of Penrose staircases, an impossibility that could only exist in one of the geometries that we'll find as we go through this video.
Homeland.
You've been there, Doom Knight, you've been here, yeah. What's really interesting is mathematicians will study these spaces, And then people who go on psychedelic trips, they go, oh yeah, I've seen that before. And the mathematicians are like, what? What do you mean you've seen this? This only exists in equations. And people go, no, I've seen that. And maybe you have. And there's a whole field of research now connecting these higher dimensional or higher curvature spaces to experiences of consciousness that you could have in spiritual states.
Of the weird pentagons. Now you see them everywhere, just like you saw squares everywhere in the starting Euclidean world. This is not a hybrid geometry, so the perspective effects are more consistent. Now you see clearly that the edges are straight. Even though there are no stretching effects, the perspective is still not what you would expect. To your Euclidean brain, it feels more like fast zooming in than moving forward. This is especially visible when we enter the portal. We didn't want to scare you, so we slowed down. Now, let's cross the portal again, but at the normal pace.
Normal?
Okay, enough.
And what's really cool as well about these portals, which I don't think the narrator actually tells us, these are wormholes, basically. So that's a whole other element, that the reason that we are passing through different geometries, different possible configurations of the space itself of a universe, is through wormholes that connect universes. And it's amazing that we can do this just with some lines of code that our narrator, which is also the producer of I think, the program that generates this, all she did was just type in the equations into some software that I'm sure she wrote herself. And we get to experience what other geometries of universes would be like. This video is called Portals to Non-Euclidean Geometries.
You might...
Igor asks, so does this exist in our reality? What's interesting is that we live in a reality that seems to be a combination of them. That in different places you'll experience different types of geometries. Overall, if you zoom out far enough, it appears to be Euclidean, which is just a very fancy way of saying normal. But as I've mentioned, near highly curved regions of space like black holes and on the inside and where they're expected to lead, you would find things starting to look like this. I'm not sure about the final 3 geometries we'll see at the end of this video. I don't think there's anywhere in our universe which is going to be like Nil Geometry, Sol, or where's that one? Or SL2R Twiddle. Those are just so crazy that I don't think our universe can possibly, because that's beyond what can be described in terms of curvature. In terms of just curvature of Einstein's space-time, we can have any of the other 5 though, in different parts of the universe. Twiddle sounds rad. We'll see it. It's definitely one of the more intense things to look at.
Need some rest in the Euclidean world. Just joking, the hyperbolic geometry is not the limit. Our tour will take you through even weirder geometries. Look, here is another portal.
So this one, this is a partially spherical geometry. This is going to be S2 cross R, also known as cylindrical geometry. It's basically exactly what it sounds like. This one's it makes sense to look at. I think you'll understand.
This is another hybrid geometry. Previously, we stacked weird pentagonal objects from the hyperbolic geometry. Now we stack spheres. Okay, yes, this might surprise you. We know you imagine spheres to look differently and that you even live on the surface of one. Sorry, deal with it. For your convenience, we have equipped you with jetpacks. Hope you enjoy the view. The spherical geometry is the opposite of the hyperbolic geometry. Note.
So you can see that if you walk in one direction here, you'll end up back where you started. But when we turn the camera 90 degrees left or right, then it'll look normal again. You could walk in infinitely.
That the objects far away are stretched vertically. Recall, they were compressed in the previous hybrid geometry.
And then this is going to be wild. This is true spherical geometry, and it's not going to feel like you're on the inside of a sphere. You might expect that in spherical geometry that it would look like you're on the inside of a ball, but remember, there is no inside. What spherical geometry means is that if you travel in any direction, you'll end up where you start. This is S3. So it's just going to look like a bit of an illusion. Like you just keep returning to the same spot. That's actually what happens. That's not the illusory part. You'll see what I mean. It's just kind of trippy.
Time to enter spherical geometry.
And also notice that she's just going to walk in a straight line and return to where she started. No turning whatsoever. It's a completely flat ground, but yet somehow walking on a flat ground, you return to where you start.
There are no parallel lines here. They always cross. This is a very, very small world. Not much to explore here. Let's go back. In the spherical geometry, objects that are far away from us appear to be relatively big. Look at the portal here. As we are approaching it, it becomes smaller and smaller to us. Oh, another portal. Let's dive in. Do you know where we are?
Now I feel like I was wrong about that other one. I feel like this is cylindrical geometry. I feel like the other one that we looked at might have been one of the more complicated ones. Let's see, has she named them in the chapters? No. Yeah, this is definitely cylindrical geometry. S2 cross R.
This is again hybrid hyperbolic geometry.
Oh, it's hyperbolic? What? Yeah, no idea now. Now I'm lost.
Sorry, no pentagons this time. Have curved squares instead.
Oh, I see. I see what's happened. I think this is... We've actually been here before. It's just now that... now we're not using 5-sided squares. Now we're using 4-sided shapes. So we've just changed the blocks that we use. So it looks like we're now using cubes. We are using cubes, but these cubes are shaped kind of funny.
Look at the side walls of these portals. They consist of 3 curved squares, each of which has 2 vertical edges and 2 curved edges. On top of every curved cube, we could put 2 curved cubes. This is because parallel lines in hyperbolic geometry diverge, and we have more and more space the higher we go.
All right, this is, I'm not sure which one this is. I hope she'll tell us, but this is one of those three that are just beyond really wrapping your head. You can kind of wrap your brain around spherical geometry, very difficult hyperbolic geometry, but these ones, Nil, Sol, and SL2R Twiddle, such as this one. This is kind of the geometry that that impossible objects can genuinely exist. This is non-Euclidean, non-spherical, non-hyperbolic.
Welcome to Solve.
Solve. That's it. Okay. Glad you said that. Sol, also called solve. I see. She pronounced it with a V at the end.
There's geometry of this tour. In Solve, we also have curved cubes, which are a bit similar
like
to those
like what's going on here? I think if I were to attempt to describe what's happening here, in Euclidean space, everything's normal. You can walk in any direction. Nothing weird happens. In spherical, you end up coming back to where you were. There's less space. And in hyperbolic, there's just so much more space but bundled up that you get lost. In spaces like this, it's like twisted. The space twists back on itself. So it's not exactly forming loops like in spherical geometry. It's forming these twists and spirals of some kind that maybe even notch through themselves through some higher dimension. I don't know. That's my best attempt at trying to describe it. It's just more complicated than any of the others.
Look at the front of a portal. There are again two cubes on top of every cube. However, when we look from the side, we can see one cube on top of two cubes. No, this is not a perspective trick. This is the way this geometry works. Okay, this was the last highlight. Time to go back to your Euclidean world. You had better follow us. We do not want you to get lost here.
Yeah, I would get lost, that's for sure. And then we're just taking a tour back to where we started. I'll speed it up. Back through, maybe this was one of the other special ones. Maybe this was Nil or SL2R Twiddle. I'm not sure. This one's definitely funky. Something weird's going on. But she said it was spherical. But I don't know, it looks more than that to me. I know this this wonderful YouTuber has more videos on the other geometries. Here's Nil Geometry. We won't watch this whole thing, but this was one that I don't think was in that video. One of the other crazy ones, Nil. And so I'm just going to turn it down, but I'll just show you the graphics of Nil Geometry.
Many of you have asked us about Nil.
Here you can see this one. You know, like, how would you even describe this one? And it's amazing that that mathematicians came up with that. They're thinking, you know what? They've already enumerated the different Euclidean, spherical, and hyperbolic geometries. And then someone out there was like, no, something more could exist. There's another one. And somehow in their mind, in some form, was this. They're thinking, the universe could be shaped like this instead. And they were right. They had missed one. Oh, and there she is. She's describing how some of the impossible shapes. This is the one. This is the geometry where impossible shapes can exist.
They are possible in the non-Euclidean geometries.
Yeah.
Right-angled pentacles.
Ugh! And here we go. There's what started this whole thing. In Nil Geometry, you can have the Penrose staircase actually exists. We've come full circle, or full staircase, if you wish. If I remember correctly, yeah, if I just skip ahead, this is what it would look like if you were inside the staircase, infinitely descending.
Principle, the path taken by a light ray is always the shortest one. To understand how light works in Nil, let's think a bit about moving from...
Oh, understanding how it works? That's boring. We just want to be mystified.
Because of if you are curious what other impossible figures work in Nil, see the description for our other videos. And as the last trip, here is a landscape in Nil. The unicycle here is using the magic of Nil to go faster and faster.
We love the magic of Nil to go faster and faster. Yeah, she's a really talented programmer and she's made video games that you can play in higher dimensions. She's the one behind the famous game called Xeno-Rogue, which is what her username on YouTube is called. See if I can bring that up. Xeno-Rogue is a roguelike game, a top-down dungeons game, but set in hyperbolic geometry. So there's just so much space. I don't think these videos or these images are going to cut it, but I think that's enough for our field trip today. So thank you for joining us on this special field trip through the 8 dimensions. Wait a second. There's one that we didn't see. We didn't see SL2R Twiddle. I'm not sure if there even exists a video on what SL2R Twiddle looks like. Anyway, if you ever want to trip but sober, do check out Xeno-Rogue on YouTube. Yeah, maybe it's just even too advanced. Maybe SL2R Twiddle is just so mind-boggling she hasn't figured out a way to program it into her non-Euclidean engine. It's quite possible. Yeah. Well, I think that's a good time to end our Śarāvaṇa. Hearing, listening, watching from new perspectives. Let's begin to process our perspectives, new and old, in our manana. Now, might have been several minutes since this was sent, but thank you, dear Jean and Gina, for the pair of roses. Radhi, Radhi. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for the heart me you sent to. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. TikToker wonders if I've heard of 4D golf. I have actually, and I paid attention to the development of that game by oh, what is that? What is the developer's name? I am forgetting. He was the creator of Hyperbolica as well. Code Parade, that's right. Yeah. There's another really interesting non-Euclidean video game being developed, and it's 4D Minecraft. 4-dimensional Minecraft. That's pretty cool. I think the only other game I know where you can play in higher dimensions is 5-dimensional chess with parallel universes and time travel. If ordinary chess wasn't hard enough. Anyway, that's an exploration of a trip that you can take entirely through mathematics, you know? How interesting is it that these things were discovered not by looking out into the stars and going, hey, that looks funny, but just through the imagination of the minds of mathematicians and through the equations. They're just doing math. They're just solving equations, writing down symbols, moving variables around, and it strikes them. SL2R twiddle. Wow, you know? Just writing stuff down. Crossing things out. Plus, minus, divide. SL2R twiddle. All of that came from just the associations we make between the symbols and their meanings, and then having the creativity to imagine what they represent. That is all done in one's inner laboratory, the laboratory of one's mind. Now, thank you, dear Violet, for your subscription. I must confess that this has been a divergence from our typical sanghas, but I'm always happy to do spontaneous adventures such as this, expanding our minds and hearts. Now, I will make the warning that it's very easy to both figuratively and literally get lost in these dimensions, as I have done in the past, thinking about these things. It's very easy to become so lost in the possibilities of these other worlds that maybe you forget that you're a human being living in a 3D space, and you need to take care of your body and your mind, being grounded. I think I made the joke on a previous live that, you know, I'd be doing math like that, and then my mom would come into the room and I'd look up at her just voluntarily, and then I wouldn't even recognize that, oh yeah, I am a human, I have a body, this body came from that, I live with that in a house on Earth, in the solar system, right? And that realization could happen 3 minutes after my mom standing there having asked, you know, do you want dinner? And I'm thinking, dinner? What is dinner? What dimension is dinner? Food. Where? FO squared D. What equation is that from, Mom? So, it's good to, you know, come back, feel your body, breathe, hydrate. So thank you, Violet, for going on that journey with me, and I look forward to more journeys. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dinner, I'm too deep in SL2R twiddle. Whatever that is. Now my phone is vibrating, which means it's probably a good thing to wrap up our live in a little bit. And I haven't even asked the question of the day today. Thank you, dear Roxy, for the harp me and garland headpiece. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Jaya Sitaram. Tattvamasi, if you could ask a question of the day, of course, which is my favorite between Śarāvaṇa, Manana, and Nididhyasana for our sanghas? I just love them all for different reasons. Yeah, I don't think a Sangha would really be a Sangha without gaining some new experience together, processing our experiences together, and consolidating our experiences together. We certainly have to have all of them, and it's necessary to go through the whole process. And I look forward to each one. I love reading and sharing a show and tell and doing field trips like this. I love listening to your answers of questions and hearing questions in return. And I love the meditations that we do. Thank you, dear Myla, for the heartbeat that you sent. Om Shrim Mahalakshmyai Namaha. And dear VYV Fragrance, thank you for your rose. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And the Crystal Tear Room, thank you for the Day of the Dead. And the Potato in Paris. Or the Dios los Muerte, or something like that. That's fun. Is that around now? Is it? I felt like it was at another time of the year, but maybe it is. And thank you for the French fries. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. It's November 1st. Good to know. Now, I have a question for all of you today. Today I wonder, how can we deepen our trust in the universe? And as I let you think about that, thank you, dear Mahina Greta, for the 17 roses. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. And thank you, dear Phoenix, for the baby penguin, the finger heart, the fire, and ice cream. Radhe Radhe. Billy, you wonder, I was wondering if someone was going to call me out on that. Is my pronunciation of the Himalayas Canadian, how they say it in India, or Yamish, or something else? It's a good question. That is the Sanskrit pronunciation of Himalayas. That's one Sanskrit word that many people know. If it were Himalayas, then it would be spelled with an E between the L and the Y. But yeah, it comes from the Sanskrit word for snow, Hima, and place of Alaya. So place of snow, Himalaya. Himalaya. And it's a very unoriginal name, isn't it? Calling a mountain region the place of snow. But now you know. Thank you, Vivian, for your paper crane. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And dear Isabel's fairy tales, thank you for your baby ghost and pumpkin. Ram Ram. Alright, some answers to our question of the day. Dear Gregorji, you share, by showing gratitude, we can deepen our trust in the universe. That is such a practical answer. Yeah. That is the very benefit of gratitude, isn't it? Going, you know, I can already trust the universe for some things. Why shouldn't that extend further in other ways? And Samra Pierce, you share such a lovely answer. By deepening our trust in ourselves. We are the link to the universe. How can we possibly trust the universe if we don't trust ourselves? Right? And thank you, dear Myla, for the whole galaxy. I never know what to say for such a big gift, you know. I feel so bad accepting any money, even if it's a rose, like half of a penny. But a half a penny, you know, it's okay. I know that you will survive without a half a penny. But a galaxy is, I'm not exactly sure, but it's several dollars. Several dollars for some person could be the difference between having food that night or not. And, you know, I always hope that you take care of yourself and your family first. But nonetheless, I hope to invest that money back into our Saṅgha so that we can create even more value for us to continue to learn and grow and love and laugh and cry together. See if I remember a new mantra I learned last night. I'm forgetting one word. Got it. Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudrah Prachodayat. That's dedicated to you. Thank you, dear Myla. That's the Rudra Gayatri mantra. And thank you, Inevitable, for the trio of roses that you sent. Jaya Sitaram. And Tan, how are you? Thank you for your heart, me. Om Som Somaya Namaha. Back to some lovely answers to the question of the day. Dear Phoenix Witch, you share, if everything is everything, then trusting oneself is a great way to deepen that connection. Indeed. Well said. And dear Lani, you share, being open to accepting that there is a presence far greater than ourselves supporting us. How beautiful. That is the meaning of trust. By letting go, shares Tattvam Asi. That's very sweet, Shoshana. Thank you. Mahina, you share, you have always trusted the teachings of the universe. When you look up at sorry, I'm trying to make the grammar make sense. When I look up at, there's just love. When I look up at it, there's just love. Yes. Pardon me. And Attica, you share, accepting and understanding the life we are living. I love how that's all it takes for trust. It's just a kind of acceptance and understanding. That's all that's missing. Yeah. Michelle, you share, for you, practicing mindfulness helps. Absolutely. And G2 Infinity, you share that you feel like Himalayas means like place where snow lays. You know, I think you might even be more accurate in that translation. Yeah, I like that. Practicing kindness helps, shares Vivian. Absolutely. Thank you, Rhiannon. Anna, you share, by understanding that we are part of the mystery. And that's it. I like that. We are part of the mystery. Tattvamasi, you share, by slowly and comfortably letting go let go one by one and observe it's all being taken care of. Welcome, Georgia. The question of the day is, how can we deepen our trust in the universe? Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for another rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Ron Soke, thank you for your heartmeat. Om Namo Buddhaya. By placing faith in the universe for having trust in us. Oh, she said it. That trust goes both ways, doesn't it? Universe is trusting us to what? Not make a mess of it. At least. Dear Aid Bhai, not sure if there's a part of your name that starts and stops at different places, and I've only pronounced a part of it when I should pronounce another. You can let me know. But you had asked if I plan on having children. I haven't decided. At this moment, I am still learning how to be a child myself. I am single, but I don't feel lonely. I feel like the universe has came and married me, you know? I woke up and the universe said, you are my husband now. And I went, okay. I will happily be the husband of the universe. And, you know, I have so much love in my heart. I'm just not sure there's a single person that could fit that much love in them, you know? My heart wants to love and love and love, and I think I have much more love in my heart than could fit in anyone in particular. So, at this moment, at least, I find my heart's expression fulfilled in spreading love homogeneously, just giving, no expectation of getting anything in return. Yeah. I can call you Aiden. Thank you. I think that the more I study from many spiritual masters who live a life of celibacy, the more I'm learning that celibacy isn't like a rule where you are to challenge yourself for a lifetime from the temptations of something. It's something that naturally becomes the most wonderful way to live for some people. I'm not saying for everyone, because we'd have no children and there'd be no continuation of our species. But I think for some people that the question of if they're missing out is a funny question, because they might say to you, you're the one missing out. You're experiencing love just in one way, but I'm experiencing love in infinitely many ways, you know? But it's no comparison. This world needs both householders and renunciants. We need the householders to be a part of our society and be procreators, creating new life in this world. And we need the renunciants who connect with the source of creation in another way, from within rather than from without. And just knowing that option exists for people, I think is a wonderful thing. We don't really have that option available in our Western society. But it should be there. If you want to live a life or you don't want to marry and have children, that shouldn't be seen as taboo. I think that's a wonderful thing if you want to do that. And I hope to destigmatize that for everyone. Thank you, dear Tattvamasi, for the quartet of roses and pair of finger hearts that you sent. Om Namah Shivaya. That's true. You can be both, and in the Varnashram system, it said that it was a phase of life. That for the first 25 years of life, you are a celibate. That you are a student. That your love is your studies. And then the next 25 years of your life, your love is a person and a family, and you become a householder. And then in the next 25 years of life, you become a... Oh, I always mess up these last two. It's very interesting. The final half of your life you dedicate to spiritual practice. It's said that the family separates. Not in terms of their love for each other, but in terms of their living situation. That the kids move away, and the parents, they go and retreat into the forests, where they then study under a teacher. And then in the final 25 years of life, the parents even depart from each other, and they become married to the universe, a sannyasi or sannyasini. And they become the next teachers to teach the next generation. And I thought that's very beautiful, a beautiful sequence of life. To be a student for the first quarter, a householder for the second, a different kind of student in the third quarter, and then a spiritual teacher in your final quarter, where you become an elderly, wise elder. That's the ancient Varnashram system of India. But there is an injunction. It says, if your desire for that final quarter increases at any time, then you should take that up immediately. Even if you are 7 years old and you feel in your heart, it's true, I want to be a spiritual teacher, then you become one at that moment. You don't have to wait until you're 75. Thank you, dear Flip, for the ice cream cone that you sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I can see your comment, dear Billy. At least that one, at least. Dear Aiden, you wonder, what's something I've recently changed my mind on? I'm not sure if it was that recent. It's been a transition over the last year. But one of the things I was thinking about on the topic of having my understandings grow and evolve is the kind of space I'd like to have when it comes to inclusivity, such as in this live stream. In my first several live streams, I never muted anyone, never even blocked a single person on the internet, because I felt like everyone should be included. But then I began to realize that there's kind of a paradoxical exception to all inclusivity. If you include something which is by itself inherently exclusive to another thing, then you're not actually being inclusive. For example, maybe this is very topical. We give everyone free speech, but hate speech is not free speech, because hate speech inherently limits the free speech of someone else. It silences someone else's voice. So if we truly want free speech, then hate speech cannot be free. And when it comes to a Saṅgha like this as well, I'm learning that to really be inclusive, that we do have to set boundaries with those that are excluding others, because otherwise I am allowing exclusion to happen, that I'm not actually being inclusive. I'm indirectly excluding someone by including someone who may be excluding another. And it sounds simple, but especially at the beginning of an adventure like this, with a kind of spiritual intention, you think, no, everyone should come together and no one should be muted or blocked or anything. And you don't want to do anything like that. But I've been changing my mind on that subject too. The paradox of intolerance. That's a great term, yeah. Good night, dear angel. Yeah, I like that, dear Evan. You can say anything you want to anyone, as long as you're not threatening physical harm or any other kind of harm. As long as we are engaging in kindness and compassion. Boundaries are important. And it's funny because you might not actually think so, which is kind of a counterintuitive inception. Because it's like, I don't like saying there is a beginning or end of the spiritual path, but on this part of the journey, in the beginning, of course, set boundaries with everyone. And then you start to open up and you think, oh my goodness, no, I should just kind of let everything happen. And then you grow a little more and you go, oh wait, actually it's very mindful and healthy to set boundaries, even if you're the Buddha, even if you're Jesus, even if you're a fully enlightened or divine being, that there's still room for boundaries to be set. Dear logic, you wonder if I vote and if it's okay not to vote. That is, of course, up to the individual, and I leave it up to the individual to make that decision themselves. See, a vote is typically a binary thing, especially in today's society where we're so divided that really there's just two options. Either you vote this way or you vote that way. If you vote a third way, then nothing's going to happen. But if you think about that, if you think about the data perspective of how much information that vote represents, it's just a single bit, a 0 representing one side or 1 representing the other. If you think about an essay, let's say if I asked someone to write an essay on their political views, that essay on a text file might take up only a few kilobytes. But still, a kilobyte is 1,000 bytes, and a byte is 8 bits. So that's thousands of yes or no decisions inherently inside an essay of your beliefs. So thousands of decisions you've made in that expression of your belief, how could that possibly be fully represented between one bit of your vote, a yes or no, of this or that? And furthermore, that's just text. If you record someone speaking with all the influx of the tone and the feelings that are carried through their beliefs, then that file may take up a megabyte, which is 1,000,000 bytes. And so 1,000,000 bits or more of information is inherent in someone speaking their belief. If you record a video of someone expressing their beliefs, that video might be a gigabyte, which is 1,000,000,000 bits, or 1,000,000,000 bytes. That's 1,000,000,000 one or zeros, yes or no decisions all inside that. There's so much more information there. And I would say that even that doesn't really account for the full depth of a person's beliefs. Not just one decision, you vote this way or that way. It's I vote this way or that way on trillions of different things. So to think that every few years, just one bit of information of your belief system gets to change the world around you is pretty funny, because that's almost nothing in comparison to everything that you represent. So to me, since I really do believe in creating change in our society, I think that change must occur in other ways also, and predominantly in other ways too. That way you get to express all of those trillions of decisions of your belief system, represent them through other ways, like directly engaging in humanitarian processes, raising awareness for certain things, donating to charity, being a representative in your whatever minority group, being a role model in your society. I think we can really create change on those levels. And none of that has to happen through putting faith in just one decision of a representative who is supposed to represent all of your belief system every few years and talk in a closed room that we're not a part of and make decisions on our behalf. I think that's great and all, but there's so much more we can do directly. We can change our heart and have that heart change our home, have that home being changed as it changes our community. We create change in our community and that affects neighboring towns, hopefully, and that creates change in the city, the nearby cities, the state, nearby states, the country, nearby countries in the world. I think if we start small in that way and directly engage, we can really create change in other ways too. Like if we think of the most influential people in history, a great number of them are not politicians. A great number of them were just very passionate citizens who inspired change at different levels of our civilization, of our society. And ultimately, that did lead to policy change, but it started with a grassroots movement, and then the policies ultimately reflected that, rather than first the policies happening and then society changes. We have to first change society and then pray for a system that reflects that society. Seems that resonated. I'm happy to hear that. Now thank you, dear Scott, for the rose that you sent. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. And what I love about that way of thinking is that it's inherently inclusive to everyone. That we can have that conversation without referencing any political party in particular, because everyone wants to see change. regardless of where you fall. Everyone wants to be a part of a process, and if we can directly engage with each other in that, then that's a wonderful thing that we can do. All right, dear Bubbles, you have an answer to our question of the day. To deepen our trust in the universe, we can quit trying to rewrap everything in the context of thought, as it's contexting it for you. Contexting, that's a good word. Contextualizing. It's funny, isn't it? Our words they are to express ourselves, but yet we find, how shall I word this? Speaking of words, the trickiness of them, labels, thoughts, categories, they're meant to help us understand, and yet they can inherently limit our understanding. That there's a beautiful saying that isn't coming to mind, but that's okay. I think you get the essence anyway. Thank you, dear Rhiannon, for the rock star that you sent. Namo Rudraya. Dear Dawson, you wonder if I have any books I'd recommend to get into this stuff, as you know literally nothing. Well, that's a best place to start. Nothing. From nothing you can go anywhere. From nowhere you can find everything. From nobody you can reach everybody. From this sort of stuff, what is this sort of stuff? I wouldn't even know how to define it. The stuff that we're speaking, to me, this conversation so far, has come from an interest in life itself. And I don't usually wake up every day and find something specific to study from any specific book or documentary or anything. I feel like this universe is just so amazing that I can't possibly let it slip by without being fascinated by it and my own existence. And I let that fascination guide me. If it guides me to having a conversation with you about something, I'll happily listen to you with my full heart and catch some words or phrases that I can share with the next. Maybe that leads me to cultivating a different YouTube algorithm for myself, or just a certain kind of genre gets recommended to me. But it's a conscious process and it's not a conscious process. I'm deeply conscious of the fact that this universe is a mystery, but I'm not hyper conscious of how exactly I should go about understanding that mystery. And I guess I just let myself be mystified. And really, all of this is just words. The Saṅgha wouldn't be a Saṅgha without words. It's of course a little more than words, but the majority of it is just language. That we're just finding the vocabulary to express the fact that we are all part of this mystery together. And even though we might all speak English here, except for probably one person who's just so sweet that they like being here even though they don't speak English. There's probably a couple of those. we use the same words apparently, but we mean them in different ways. And that's something that dramatically changed the way I see conversation. That you could be speaking English and I could be speaking English, but we're speaking two different languages. And I don't just mean dialects, I don't mean accents. I mean that you are saying something in such a way where you're using these words to convey an entirely unique perspective, that these words have never been used in this way before. And that's something that I have to keep in mind, especially when someone is sharing something that appears to disagree with me. Are they actually disagreeing with me? Or are we using our shared language in a different way? Even when someone is being exclusive in their language, like if they say that, my religion is the only truth, what they really mean is that this is something that I found the most truth in. It's just that they don't realize that they're using a vocabulary that comes across in a different way. When I say that this is what I believe and this is the only truth, when someone says something like that, what they really mean is that this is the only truth that I know. And it means the most to me, and I know that it could be possible for you to experience the truth then also. And that you don't have to pursue anything else, that everything you need is right there. But they don't use those words. And that's what I mean, that we speak a different language. So if we connect on the literal basis of our words, it's easy to get conflicted and contradict each other. But if we try to find the essence behind our words, there's something more unified there. And that's the nature of reading from books and having conversations with each other and watching videos and documentaries, is that we're just finding a more universal vocabulary. Our fundamental experience of life doesn't change. That unified essence is always there. But the words that we choose to sieve our experience through, the stories that we tell, the symbols that we use, that's what changes. The form is what changes, but the essence is one. Dear Marcy, your answer to our question of the day is that we are all subject to our preservation instinct, self-preservation instinct. Yes. That is true. Now, how does that relate to the question of the day? How can we deepen our trust in the universe? I'd have to think about that, but maybe you can help me make that connection. That's part 2. Oh, sorry, thank you. The first was realize that being parts and parcels of her great divinity, that we are all subject to her self-preservation instinct. Ah, now it makes sense. I was wondering where the her, the femininity was coming in. Part of Mother Universe. She's taking good care to preserve herself, and you are part of that. I like that. Dear Logic, you ask, do I believe in the laws of logic? The laws of logic, well, the thing is, there are no the laws of logic. To use a definite article, the, implies that there are no others. But there are others. There are many different laws of logic, and not all of them get used in the same context. What we generally call as the laws of logic apply to classical logic, the laws that have developed from the Greek philosophers, laws like modus ponens, modus tollens, the law of excluded middle, double negation, etc. But in other places of history and in different contexts, we use different laws. Some of those laws contradict each other. For example, the Buddhists drop the double negation law. They say that two negations don't cancel each other out. I'll give you an example of that. If you asked your friend, hey, do you have a crush on, let's say Marcy? Do you have a crush on Marcy? And they said, well, I don't not have a crush on Marcy. Classical logic would say that they do. The two negations cancel out, and therefore the conclusion, they do have a crush on Marcy. Buddhist logic, on the other hand, would say that no, you can't deduce that they're actually referring to a third possibility. That they neither like them nor not like them. There's something else. There's another more subtle answer. And that means dropping the double negation law. So if we do go into Buddhist logic with a classical mindset, then you might find yourself getting confused at all the contradictions. But if we understand that there are entirely different systems of logic depending on the context, then there are no absolute laws whatsoever, but they are just as subjective as anything beyond logic. I do, I don't, I do and I don't. I neither do nor don't. Exactly, Moksha. Well, yes, but actually no, logically speaking. Dear Adhika, you ask, do I believe in soulmates? If you're wondering if I believe that there's someone out there that has all green flags and no red flags, then if you're gonna try to find that, you have to become religious. Because the only being that's all green flags and no red flags is God. If you're trying to find someone who's perfect for you, and you're not going to get in any arguments, and you're just going to connect like that, then you're waiting for God. Because only God could ever. And even then, right? Even then. Now, do I believe it's possible to work through those things with someone? All the disagreements and try to find a connection at a deeper level of the soul? Absolutely. And that could happen in anyone. That could happen in someone you least expect. Someone who you feel is at the beginning not meant to be, and then ultimately becomes meant to be. And you might even feel that with someone in the moment where it does feel like it's meant to be, and then ultimately it's not meant to be. And does that mean that in the first case you found your soulmate and in the other you didn't? I say that every soul can become your mate if you are willing to work through the differences to find what's unified. We kind of forget what the soul means practically. We throw it around in our vocabulary, but it has a very precise definition. The definition of the soul is the changeless part of a person. That part which sees through a child's eyes as it grows into an adolescent, into an adult, into an old person. There's so many parts of a being that change. Whatever doesn't change is called the soul. And what we have to conclude about that definition is that it's the same in me and in you. And this is how we come up to the revelation that we are one, that we share a consciousness. If there's something in me that's not changing, and there's something in you that's not changing, it must be that we share that same unchanging essence. Because if there's something different in what's unchanging in me and unchanging in you, then that means there's something that changes from me to you. But because, by definition, it's the changeless, then that means we all actually share the same soul. So the concept of soulmate becomes very funny. When there are no multiple souls, just one that we all share, then at the same time, nobody is your soulmate. At the same time, everyone is your soulmate. Then it becomes up to you how and when and where you connect with that soul. Now, I believe that there is nobody wrong for you in that moment. Even if you get traumatized, you break up, even if they die, even if it was just for a moment, if you shared a connection on the level of the soul, that's your soulmate. Even if you end up traumatizing each other at the level of the physical or the mental, and end up not speaking to each other for the rest of your life, that every interaction from one part of the universal soul to another is meant to happen. And we can work through the negative experiences and they become positive experiences later. Even the traumas, they become your superpower as you've experienced something so deep, something so raw, something so emotional, something so wounding that creates the biggest change in your life in the direction of something good eventually. If you're willing to take that experience and transform it into an experience that you've had that's now allowing you to open up, to triumph, to take this as a challenge, to wake up rather than go back to sleep, to face that fear and then become a role model for everyone else who's had to do that too. No matter what we experience between people, this is something that we can find meaning in. We can say meant to be, but that might also imply that it's a passive process. Meaning is not a passive process. We have to be involved in the process of meaning to find it, to create it, depending on your perspective. That if you felt like something is meaningless, then maybe some more discovery is in order. Maybe some more patience, some more introspection, maybe therapy for some, journaling. And you can truly find meaning in anything, and that is a power of your soul. So it is my wish that you and us all find meaning everywhere we go, no matter how big or small. Dear Greg RG, you share, if you think things are meaningless, check out absurdism and how meaningful the meaninglessness is. This feels like a Yam post, shares G to infinity. That's a good Yam post idea, isn't it? Yeah, thank you for reminding me of some of the things I can make videos on. Dear Lani, you ask, is there truth to everything happens for a reason, do I think? Here's the most counterintuitive, paradoxical, and meta answer. It's up to you. It is up to you if everything happens for a reason. If you decide that that didn't have a reason, that's your decision. If you do find reason for something to be, that's also a choice that you've made. Everything happens for a reason if you choose it to be that way. And let me tell you, I recommend choosing that way. If you choose otherwise, you see what happens. Then you feel like life is just a game of chance. Then you feel like you're just a random collection of molecules that has no inherent purpose. And that life circumstance is just a shuffling of cards, and whether you'll be happy or not is a gamble. And it could be a game of chance. You're absolutely right. But I ask of you, what perspective brings the most meaning into your life? That is the perspective you should hold in your heart. What perspective allows you to be the most expressive source of joy and love? What perspective heals wounds? What perspective gets you out of bed that day? Don't worry about whether that perspective has absolute or objective meaning. Think about the practicality of having a perspective like that. Does it bring wonderful change in your life? Does it bring stillness? Does it bring peace? Think about the subjective value of that perspective and cherish that. Keep that in your heart. Thank you, dear Maya, for the trio of roses that you had. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Mahina Greta, thank you for your rose. Jaya Sitaram. I love that addition, Tattvamasi. Why do we need a long-running perspective? Why can't it be moment to moment? Right? If you allow yourself to contradict a past version or future version of yourself, then you can occupy whichever perspective makes the most sense for you now. And if that changes, that changes. I think that's the most wonderful. Wasn't that a quote from Alan Watts? If you really think about it, you have absolutely no reason to be the same person you are now than 5 minutes ago. That it's no law of the universe. It's not like the police are going to break down your door and go, this person's acting different now than they were 5 minutes ago. There's no maxim that states that you have to be the same person. There's actually nothing forcing me to even make each sentence related to the last. At any sentence, I could start speaking about something completely unrelated. I just decide to keep things related because then it forms a continuous identity, which is helpful if you're trying to have a conversation. But when it comes to adapting to the changing moment, sometimes it's imprisoning to try to be the same person you were always, trying to have an illusory notion of some fixed identity. And I think that's where the Buddhists come in with their notion of anatman, no unchanging self. That what you are can, is, and should be changing. Zucchinis, on the other hand, don't pickle as well as cucumbers. But you can still try to pickle a zucchini. That was one of those sentences that weren't related to the last. Or was it related? Since we were talking about the concept of unrelated sentences, it was quite related, wasn't it? I don't know, don't think about it too hard. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 7 pumpkins. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear Mirna. Yeah. You're just vibing, Moksha. Billy, you ask, how do you approach letting go of decades of dysfunctional thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors? How do you go about letting go of decades of dysfunctional thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors? You use the term dysfunctional. It means that they have a function, but it's not working. What is the function you'd like to achieve with them that we are indirectly comparing against? What would a functional thought, belief, and behavior look like? What purpose are we trying to fulfill with our thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors? Sometimes we have all the right tools, but for the wrong job. In the trades, let's say you have a warehouse full of lathes and drill presses and saws and hammers, every kind of tool you would want for building stuff. But the function that you want these things to fulfill, the purpose you have in mind, is you want to create something out of metal. But I don't know if you tried to use woodworking tools on metal. It doesn't work very well. Woodworking tools seem to be very similar to metalworking tools, but actually they serve a distinct function. That person may try for a long time to make something out of this warehouse of tools, and they may conclude, geez, I'm a terrible metal worker. They might even say that these tools suck at their job. But maybe the problem wasn't the person or the tools, it was what you were using them for. And you can ask yourself, now I've got this warehouse of tools that are used for wood. Should I make things out of wood? Or should I raffle these tools off, depart from them, and try to find a toolkit of my own that is suitable to what I wanted to do in the first place. Billy, you share, you want to let go of self-hatred, misperception of self and others, feeling broken. Sounds like, just like the metal worker, that you had tools whose job was to fulfill other tasks. Self-hatred is a very, very specific tool. And it's a very barbaric tool. It's like a hammer. And if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, isn't it? It's like a sledgehammer. And even a sledgehammer you wouldn't want to use when you are hammering nails, because you'll smash the damn wood into pieces. But what is its tool? What is self-hatred? It is to really crack you open, to question yourself deeply. If you've already done that, then you're smashing at something already tender inside, and we can put this tool aside. Misperception of self means that we perceive something different in ourselves than what is. That's a tool we can use to find our potential. But if we use that tool as more of a mask than something that guides us on the path, then this is also a tool we have to put aside. If we already know our potential, but have become too attached to it. And feeling broken? This is the instrument which begets wholeness. The instrument of dividing to piece together to form a greater whole. But if you are already in pieces, it is time to pick up a different tool. You must forgive yourself for not having a different toolkit at your disposal. But now that you do and are assembling a different set of instruments to create something new out of yourself, you have to forgive yourself for just making do with what you had at the time, and continue to remind yourself to use the new tools that are actually with what you want to do. That we want to be humble. But humility doesn't mean smashing ourselves to pieces. It means recognizing that there's a greater whole for us to be a part of. We want to see our potential, to know what more we can do. But this doesn't mean attaching ourselves to an identity that is not here yet, but recognizing the process. And we want to dissect our experience in order to understand the little pieces of our own life that come together to form the whole. But this doesn't mean overanalyzing ourselves in every component. Now it's time to put the pieces together and ask, how is this part of my life, my past, my mind, my memories going to serve me? In what way am I going to bring that to other parts of my journey and let them form a whole rather than feel shattered into a million pieces, as if one is isolated in any particular memory or thought? You are much greater than that. You are the space which contains all the pieces. See how there is a formless identity which exists throughout all of them. See how there is a golden thread that weaves together each bead of our life. That way we don't feel trapped in any part in particular, but see it as a grand and dynamic machine that moves together. Just needs a little bit more lubrication, just like the metal worker. In woodworking, you don't need that much lubrication. Metalworking? Oh boy. So you don't start a fire. So you don't damage your tools. There needs to be a little more frictionlessness in the system. Now, if any of that meant something to you, thank you for asking, dear Billy. I do want to keep an eye on the time and transition into our meditation at the end in a few short moments. Maybe we can do some rapid fire before we get there, so that your questions are still acknowledged, but we can be mindful of the time, so I can go to bed at a reasonable hour. Dear Sensei, you asked, how do I know what I know? An epistemological question, indeed, the study of sources of knowledge. How can we be certain on knowledge? The only thing we can truly be certain of is that there is some awareness happening. This is the root of all knowledge. Everything comes from our experience. The objects of our experience are always changing. As such, we cannot expect any law of our experience to hold forever when we only have an inductive understanding of a finite set of this universe. And the subject, the experiencer, my goodness, how is there anything to know about that, which is the source of the knowing itself? All we can truly know is that there is some here-ness, now-ness, this-ness, something going on. Its nature is changing, and its subject is mysterious. But there is a happening, and whatever you call yourself to be is a part of that. This is something, and perhaps the only thing, we can know for certain. Dear Luke, you ask, can the state of ego death be permanent? Now that depends on what you mean by ego death. If you're using this as a synonym for enlightenment, then enlightenment has always been there, just masked by our own limited notions of identity, called the ego. Can you live without an ego, though? No. There would be no living. Living requires some amount of engagement. Otherwise, your body would shut off. Ego, called the ahankara in Sanskrit, is the first dissension from chitta, consciousness. It is the joystick from which this whole system is operated. You kill or destroy the joystick, you can't operate this system anymore. The joystick controls the buddhi, the intellect. The intellect controls the manas, the mind. The manas controls the indriyas, the senses. The senses control the tanas, the body. And then the body interacts with the vishayas, the objects of the world, which are part of the world, as I said. So your whole process of being involved here starts with the ego. It's a matter of involvement. The problem is not in the ego, it's what you do with it. Are you trying to take something of this world and make it yours? This is a faulty ego, you could say. An ego that's directed in serving some limited notion of self. To expand your notion of self does not require destroying or killing the ego at all, just redirecting it. Instead of directing the ego, the ahankara, to something limited like the body or the senses. Just direct it to the chitta, the consciousness. Have it merge into the consciousness, you could say, symbolically speaking. And at that level, you have found a kind of inclusive identity, because that consciousness within me is no different than the consciousness within you. Therefore, if you identify with consciousness, if your ego becomes one with that, then your identity is no longer in a limited way, because you see yourself within everyone and everything. And you see everyone and everything within yourself. And your ego is still there, very much alive, just now serving a higher purpose. You're very welcome, dear Billy. Trusting the knowing of the now is a great answer to our question of the day. How can we deepen our trust in the universe? Indeed. And Mirna, you had pointed out that what helps to have some inner peace is to get rid of expectations. Tatastu. Good night and goodbye, dear Michelle. May you have a wonderful shift at work. It's funny, we use the word ego, ironically, in a very egoic way. That in New Age spirituality, we have used the term ego as an enemy, as something to eliminate, destroy. But if we read the traditional scriptures of any of these cultures, actually the ego is not spoken of in a negative way. Yes, it's very mischievous, that's for sure. But it's also your best friend and the divine servant of consciousness. Ego at first identifies with the world because that's all it understands. It understands there to be objects in the form of material success, in the form of attainment, in the form of what can be done within the world. And so it serves that. That is the guidepost for awareness, for service. It's a materialistic ego. Then it understands there's more than just a world to consider. There's a body. And that identity shifts from what can be done in the world to what can be done with the body. And so there's a hyperfixation on having perfect health or perfect physique or perfect attraction, that sort of thing. But again, this does not lead to true fulfillment. And as the identity expands, it begins to include something more deeper, like our senses. Then the identity becomes fixated on seeing beautiful things, hearing beautiful things, tasting beautiful things, smelling beautiful things, feeling beautiful things. And so life revolves around the senses. But even this is unfulfilling. And so it must expand further. That there's more than just that, there's the mind. And if the identity gets fixated on that, then it all revolves around sharpening one's mind, cultivating experiences, memories, which is certainly much more fulfilling than the rest, but is still not the ultimate goal. When the identity expands and incorporates the intellect, then the goal of life becomes to acquire knowledge, to acquire intellectual understanding, to sharpen one's wits. Much more fulfilling than the former, but still not ultimately fulfilling. Now, what's higher than that? Well, the ego is higher than that. Once it understands its role, once it understands what itself even is. What is the ego? The ego is identity itself. And what is identity but a flow of awareness, a flow of attention, a flow of energy, of resources? All it means to identify with something is that your awareness goes there, and as such it brings along the resources and the energy and the service. What you identify with, you serve. If you identify with the world and its achievements, you serve the achievements in the world. If you identify with your country, you serve your country. If you identify with your body, you serve your body. If you identify with your family, you serve your family. If you identify with your personality, you serve your personality. If you identify with your intellect, you serve your intellect. But what happens if you identify with the identifier? How can you serve the servant? Then you recognize that your true identity is a servant. That's all the ego is. Something that provides, gives. Its whole role was to give to whatever it was fixated on. If it fixates on itself, then it understands that its true role is to give, is to serve. Then the question now is a conscious one. What will you serve to fulfill you to the highest? And the only answer that remains is the consciousness that is still higher. That thing that is omnipresent, that is not a thing, that is within all humanity, all of animality, in all of the kingdoms of life, in our world, in our universe. If you serve everything, then you can never be unfulfilled. And although that point has been lost to religion, that is the essence of serving God. God is that source which can make anything possible. You serve that means to realize your true nature as the one that brings love to everything. Why? Because that makes all things possible. And then, and only then, have you really found the ultimate. You found God. Now thank you, dear Dob Darker, for the heartbeat that you sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Eddie, thank you for your dozen roses. Radhi Radhi. And Ostlending, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! I hear them all say. And Sage and Freya, thank you for your fire. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And that's right, Myrna. I'm just Brian. Thank you, Z Psychic, for the rose you sent. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your flowers. Jaya Sitaram. Fleur, you ask, this may be a stupid question. Well, you're always welcome to ask it, and I don't think any question is necessarily stupid, but don't see that as a challenge. What are some differences between ego and intuition? What a great question. Yes, there is certainly a difference. Ego is the flow of awareness. Wherever it goes, that which you identify as is the ego. Intuition is also very flow-like and comes from an equally deep and high place within ourselves. Interestingly, I've made it a pretty far away into my spiritual journey without considering intuition. I know it's a very big topic in the West and in New Age spirituality about finding your intuition, your intuitive guides. I've really never thought much about it, to be honest with you. I've made it pretty far just kind of being spontaneous and trusting my reasoning. If I can reason my way to something, wonderful. If I can't, then I just have fun with it, you know? And if whatever I have fun with you might call intuition, then that's that. But the point is not to take anything too seriously. To recognize the limits of logic in our experience, have trust in something more, and be willing to make mistakes. And I think slowly there becomes something that we call as intuition, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. Alison, you ask a great question. How do you serve all without falling into martyrdom? Sometimes serving God requires saying no. What a beautifully articulated question, important for the modern times. By recognizing that if you don't take care of your body and mind, then you can't take care of anyone else. Serving others includes serving your body and your mind. And if you let this body and mind get taken from you, then how can you serve anyone more? Our body, our mind is the instrument through the service of others. We have to take care of it too. And Christian, you ask, if someone struggles with allowing themselves, what a beautiful term, to love them, how can they better love themselves? I love that question. You don't have to love yourself because you are love itself. It's kind of a double-edged sword. This idea, love yourself, because on one hand, if you don't, then that's not very good. On the other hand, if you do, it implies that you were somehow in need of love, but you've always had infinite love within you. I think to remedy this, we have to pull apart this term, loving yourself. What we really mean is loving our body and mind, our personality, parts of our form that we carry in the world. But if we're not our body, we're not our mind, then that's not actually loving yourself, at least not loving your true self. You cannot love your true self because your true self is the source of love. There's no more room for more love. Suppose you have an infinite ocean and someone says, not enough, you gotta add some more water. Well, where are you gonna put it? Alright, you take a big bucket of water and you put it off the boat, pour it into the ocean. Does the water level change? No matter how much water you add to an infinite ocean, does that ever increase? That's the funny part of self-love, true self-love, is that you've already got infinite love within you. You can never add to that. So what we really mean is loving something that's part of the world that we've been missing out on loving. And that's this body, this mind, this personality, and that's part of the world. We acquired it, all of these things from the world, and we leave it in the world. Our true self remains unchanged. But when we're here to love the world, that means we're here to love every part of the world, and that includes our body, our mind, our personality, which is part of the world. Our true self is already love infinite love. Just recognizing that can bring so much understanding to the subject. Allowing yourself is another thing. Allowing yourself means trusting that you are love itself, and that how you express yourself is a part of that outpour of love. Your body, your mind is the instrument of that outpour of love. Someone doesn't like your instrument. Well, does that have anything to do with the song that you're playing? If they're not listening to your song, why are they judging the instrument that it's being played on? If you've never heard music come from this, how can you judge this instrument? How can you walk up to a piano and say, that's a terrible piano? Why? Just from looking at it. Maybe it's got some untuned keys, but have you ever heard ragtime? Have you ever heard a jazz musician take an untuned key and use that as a part of an improvisation? People don't see the music, they don't see the musician, they just judge the instrument. It's what you are capable of that matters. And if people can't see that, it's because they're blind. That they can't possibly know what's behind those eyes, how much beauty and love and light is there. They're tone deaf to the music that you have to play. But you have to take care of your instrument. That's true too. And if you're surrounded by fellow instruments, you have to find a way to harmonize with them too. You may play a beautiful song. They may play a beautiful song. If you play two beautiful songs at the same time, it might not sound that beautiful. So the ugliness is not within you, it's not within them, it's just in the inability to play together, to harmonize. And once you do that, you create beauty where there was once none. A note by itself is beautiful. Another note by itself, equally beautiful. But when they play together in a chord, now there's even more beauty than just the individual frequencies. You've created something more. And this is the nature of life. We have the ability to come into this world with nothing of our own, and yet leave it behind with more meaning having been created, just in the way in which we are able to come together. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your pair of horror candles. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Cassie, thank you for your heart mate. Om Aim Saraswatyay Namaha. And dear Deanna, thank you for your heart mate. Team Bracelet and Rose. Om Gham Jakhnavyay Namaha. Yes, we can land soon, dear G2 Infinity. Thank you for reminding me. Alright. I really apologize if there's any questions in chat that I'm unable to attend to now. But for the sake of beginning to wrap up today's live stream, I do have to pause our inquiries at this moment. But there's always next time. And if you ever want to ask a question in my messages, please check out the link tree in my bio. I've linked my Instagram, my WhatsApp, my Telegram, my email, and I always go through my messages at least once a day. I try to at least. So I hope to be of help there. But I love the discussions we've been having so far. It's been very insightful for me. Thank you. I would like to transition now to our nididhyasana, to land the plane, so to speak. Thank you, dear Deanna, for a pumpkin and a tiny and a rose. Yippee! And the simple answer to Allison's question, what if no one is willing to harmonize with you? Then you harmonize with them. You find a way of being that is free, even in the presence of a note which you previously didn't want to hear. When we can't change others, we change ourselves. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to inspire change in them too. Now, where's my title? Here's my title. Final third of Saṅgha, nididhyasana, dedicated to meditation. Tonight I wanted to do a recitation for you. This is full of some really, I think, beautiful prose. I'm just going to get right into it. Tonight, for our meditation, I wanted us to meditate on a recitation of an ancient scripture called the Kamika Āgama. It's much too long to recite in whole, but I thought we'd do the second chapter from the so-called Purvapada, the first part. The second chapter is called Formulation of Significant Mantras. This chapter is about how mantras become created and the spiritual meaning behind each sound that a human can make. Now, given that we don't speak Sanskrit, I will do it in English, but I'll do it in the style of a traditional recitation, keeping with the same Vedic intonation. I think this will really be a treat for those of us who are fascinated by the mystical powers of sounds and what they represent. Allow me to bring it up for us. Here it is. So typically, you'd recite the Sanskrit. You'd hear it recited, something like Om. You always got to start with Om. That's like when a musician sings the first note. You got to find your key. Om Atha Samskesh. I've already messed up. Atha Saṅkshepato Vakshye Mantranam Udhritim Kramat Mantram Vina Kriya Nasti Karshanada Karshad. See, the Sanskrit's a lot more difficult. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm already making mistakes. I'll try not to do that in English, given that it's my first language. I thought that we'd do the English today. So let's explore the formulation of the significant mantras. I'll just do the translation. By the way, who is speaking is Shiva. Shiva is, I believe, in the Himalayas, maybe even Mount Kailash, if I can remember, at the beginning of this Agama. And many, many great sages, these are celestial sages, came and approached him asking very big and profound questions. And this is Shiva's answer to the nature of mantras. So imagine I am Shiva, speaking to you all who are divine sages of your own right. Then I will tell you briefly about the systematic formation of the mantras in due order. In the whole series of events, from plowing of the land to the regular worship, not even a single activity is carried without mantra. The term manana denotes attainment of the capacity of knowing all. The term trana denotes the bestowal of grace on those enmeshed in the worldly life, since it possesses the power of yielding manana and trana. It is thus called mantra. Now you know the meaning of mantra. It is to be known that the mantra consists of two different forms, vachya and vachaka. The form of the word is known as vachaka. The form of the deep content, i.e. the meaning of that word, is known as vachya. In any mantra, the inseparable identity of this vachaka and vachya is very much expected. Basically, nada is called mantra, and that nada arises from paranada, the most subtle sound. Bindu arises from the nada, and from the bindu manifests the first swara, letter, vowel, a. From the letter a, all the other vowels arise in terms of two. On the whole, there arises 13 different letters. There are 16 vowels, known as swaras, and they are known as the souls, the jivas. The letters from ka to ksha are considered as the bodies of the souls. The consonants, they are 34 in number, and it is these letters which are called vyanjana. All things are pervaded from these letters, from a to ksha, which are variegated by the varied functions of the vital air, called prana. It is by these letters that the scriptures categorized as para and apara have been structured. The nada consists of 9 divisions, in which all the 50 different letters remain included. The 9 divisions of the letters are formed in the following way. Division of the 16 swaras, 5 divisions of the vyanjanas, each division consisting of 5 vyanjaka letters, 2 divisions of the vyanjakas, each consisting of 4 vyanjakas, and the last division consisting of only 1 vyanjaka. On the whole, 9 divisions. The spelling of this is not so consistent. It's very hard to find reliable translations. Quick aside, what are these 9 divisions? What's happening here? Took me a while to figure this out. The 50 sounds are divided in 9 ways. The 16 swaras or vowels, a, I, u, ur, ar, e, I, o, au, ah. That's the first division. Then the next 5 rows are the divisions of the consonants. The ka varga, the guttural consonants, ka, kha, ga, gha, nga. The cha varga, or the palatal consonants, cha, cha, ja, ja, nya. The retroflex consonants, or the ta varga, ta, ta, da, da, na. We don't have any of those in English. The dental consonants, or the ta varga, ta, the dha, na. And the labial consonants are the pa varga, pa, ba, ma. Those are the next 5 divisions. Then there's the division of semi-vowels, ya, ra, la, and va. And the division of sibilants/aspirants, sha, sha, sa, and ha. And finally, there's that one division consisting of only one sound, the kshakara, ksha. These are the 50 sounds that are being described in the Kamika Āgama, and we're going to go through the deepest spiritual meaning of each sound of these letters. The twice-born sages, that nada is termed by the specific names pertaining to Shiva. This nada is differentiated into 3 kinds: gross, stula, sato, sukshma, and supreme, para. The nada, which is of the nature of making known the inner content of the audible sound, is present within the heart of all the living beings. It should be known by the sadhakas, the spiritual seekers, and by those who have exact knowledge of the tattvas, the principles, that these 50 matrika letters, the mother letters, the divine mothers themselves are the letters, are associated with 50 different rudras and 50 different shaktis. Rudras are personifications of the divine masculine, and shaktis are personifications of the divine feminine. The language itself, the sounds that we produce, are, as described before, the souls and the bodies of the divine. So it's finally time that we understand the divinity in our sounds. Oh, the twice-born sages, the elaborate details of these rudras and shaktis will be told to you later under the context of the description of the Varna Adva. The sages reply, this is all of you now. Ready? Now you have to sing. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. O Lord, in this world all the beings are with decaying good qualities and short duration of life. They are associated with covetousness, delusion, increased conceit, attachment, enmity, and other such vices. O possessor of abounding grace, the powerful emergence of mantras which is taking place in manifold ways is to be explained exactly by you now as applicable to those who are capable of doing the mantra sadhana, the spiritual practice of reciting mantra, and those who are not capable to accomplish this sadhana. This was spoken at the beginning of the Kali Yuga. The Lord replied, I will tell you succinctly the process by which the unfailing means for the attainment of happiness would be available to the human beings. Listen to this. This conversation is happening on behalf of human beings, by the way, between the Supreme Lord and the celestial beings. All right, here we are going into the specific meaning, color, and associated divinity of each sound. The first letter A is related to all the deities. It is of red color. It has the power to cause allurement. The letter A is related to Parashakti, the highest form of femininity. It is in white color. It has the power of attracting the things towards itself. The letter E is related to Vishnu, the all-pervading one. Its color is blue-black. It has the power of protecting. The letter E is related to Maya Shakti, the material form of the whole universe. It is of pale yellow color. It has the power of alluring the women. I'm not actually sure if that's an accurate translation. but I assume it just means in general, either someone you're attracted to, using more gender-inclusive language, or femininity in general, which exists in male or female. The letter U, which is pronounced here as U, is related to the Vastu Devata, the household tradition or deity. Basically, I'm improvising here, whatever your family believes in. Its color is dark blue. It has the power of subjugating the king or the leader. The letter U is related to Bhumi Devata, the divinity of earth. Its color is blue-black. It has the power of subjugating the world. The letter Ur is related to Brahma, the creator. Its color is whitish yellow. It has the power to ward off the afflictions caused by the planetary positions. The letter R is related to Sikhandi. I'm not exactly sure who Sikhandi is. Its color is black. It has the power to ward off fever and the inflamed state of the mind and body. The letters Arl and Arl, short and long, are related to the two Ashvini Devatas, the divine horse-like physicians. They are in the color of white and red. Both of them have the power to ward off fever and other such diseases. The letter A is related to Virabhadra. Again, I'm not familiar with what that form of divinity is. Its color is pale yellow. It has the power to accomplish all the desired things. The letter I is related to Vagbhava, Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, of power, of art, of culture, of music, of all divine expression. It is in the color of crystal. It has the power to bestow the knowledge. The letter O is related to Ishvara, the Lord of the universe. It presents itself in the form of a luminous beam. It has the power to yield all the desired fruits. The letter Au is related to Adi Shakti, the first form of the feminine. It is in white color. It has the power of yielding all the desired objects. The letter Ang is related to Mahesha, the great Lord. It is in red color. It has the power to bestow happiness and comfort. The letter Ach is related to Kalarudra, the Lord of Time. It is in red color. It has the power of cutting asunder the fettering bonds. I'm going to move myself down a little bit. Now we've gone through the meaning of all the 16 swaras, the souls of our speech, the vowels. Now we're going to go through the next division, the Kavarga. The letter Ka is related to Prajapati, which means the grandfather of all grandfathers, basically the ancestral one. Its color is whitish yellow. It has the power to yield the shower of rain and of wealth. The letter Ka is related to Jahnavi. Actually, it's Jahnavi, which is a name for Ganga, the river. It is in the color of milk. That's a mantra we did last time to end our live stream. It has the power to annihilate the effects of sinful deeds. The letter Ga is related to Lord Ganesha, Ganarupa. the remover of obstacles. It is in the color of red. It has the power to ward off the obstacles. The letter G is related to Bhairava, the all-fierce one, the annihilator. It is in the color of pearl. It has the power of destroying the enemy. The letter Nga is related to Kaladeva, another form of time herself. It is in the color of black. It has the power of bestowing victory in all endeavors. The letter Ja is related to Chandarudra, the Lord of the Moon. It is in the color of black. It has the power of destroying the 3 bands of negative forces. The letter... Actually, this is wrong. The first one isn't Ja, it should be Cha. Cha. You'll notice in the actual Sanskrit it starts with Chakra, which means the letter Cha. So I was wrong to pronounce it like that. The letter Cha is related to Chandarudra. And the added aspirated version, the letter Cha is related to Bhadrakali, a form of the Dark Mother. It is in the color of Rajavarta. It has the power of yielding the final victory. The letter Ja, now for real, is related to Jambhabit. It is in the color of red. It is of the nature of conducing to the final victory. The letter Ja is related to Ardhanari form of Shiva, which is the form of Shiva, half man and half woman, together as one as Shiva Shakti. It is in the color of blue-black. It is conducive to victory in all efforts undertaken. The letter Ña, the Enye of Spanish, is related to Koti Rudra. Its color is whitish yellow. It has the power of warding off the diseases. We finished the second division, the Ka Varga. Now we finished the third division, the Cha Varga, the palatals. Now we're doing the retroflex, the Ta Varga, that's made with the tongue curled back. We lack a lot of these sounds in English. We're disempowered. The letter Ta is related to Brangisa. It is in the color of red. It is conducive to all states of happiness. The letter Ta is related to the moon. It is in white color. It has the power of annihilating the chances of untimely death. The letter Da is related to Ekanetra Rudra. It is in the color of whitish yellow. It has the power to gain victory over the Kaladeva over time. The letter Da is related to Yama, the Lord of Death. It is in the blue color. It has the power of annihilating the chances of immature or premature death. The letter Na is related to Nandi Deva, the divine bull. It is in the color of red. It has the power of yielding the objects of enjoyments. Now we are doing the Ta Varga, the dental sounds. The letter Ta is related to Vastu Devata. Again, the household deities. It is in white color. It is of the nature of bestowing the power to gain victory over all. The letter Ta is related to Dharmi, the goddess of righteousness. Its color is like the color of Kunda flower. I looked that up. The color of the Kunda flower is white. It has the power of bestowing victory. The letter Da is related to Durga, the fierce mother. Its color is blue-black. It is of the nature of bestowing the capacity to accomplish everything. The letter Da is related to Dhanada, Kubera. Its color is whitish yellow. It has the power of yielding all the desired things. The letter Na is related to Savitri, the goddess of the Gayatri mantra. It is in the color of crystal. It is of the nature of annihilating the effects of sinful deeds. Now we are on the Pa-varga, the labial consonants. The letter Pa is related to Parjanya, Indra or Varuna, the Lord of the world. It is in the color of white. It has the power to cause the showers of rain. The letter Bha is related to Pashupati, the Lord of the animals. Its color is bright white. It has the power to sever the limiting bonds. The letter Ba is related to Trimurti, the triple power of creator, preserver, and destroyer. Its color is whitish yellow. It has the power of enabling to accomplish all the deeds undertaken. Now you notice that, actually you might not notice this, it doesn't actually tell us what the letter Bha, B-H-A, means. And so we have to consult the Sanskrit. Whatever our translator did, they forgot to translate this line right here. That line says, Bhakaram Bhargavam Vidyadhraktam Sarvartha Siddhidham, which means it's of the deity Bhargava, and it is of red color, Rakda, and it has the power to give you siddhis, I believe, to just general spiritual powers. Actually, it looks like it's the exact same as the last line, as the letter Ba. Sarvartha Siddhidam, which is apparently translated here as we said, Trimurti, the power of creation, preservation, destruction. So it seems. Finally, the letter Ma is related to Madana, Kamadeva, the Lord of desire. Its color is blue-black. It has the power of enabling to gain victory over the obstructing forces. Now on to the semi-vowels. The letter Ya is related to Vayudeva, the Lord of air. It is in black color. This is where the mantra for the heart comes in, Yam, which is the chakra of Vayu, air. It has the power to drive away the enemy or to make a person leave his business. The letter Ra is related to the Agni Deva, to the deity of fire, associated with the solar plexus chakra, getting the mantra Ram. It is in red color. It has the power to incinerate, to cause destruction. The letter La is related to Prithvi Tattva, earth. It is related to the root chakra, where we get the mantra Lam. Its color is pale yellow. It has the power to stabilize, to immobilize. And the letter Va is related to Varuna Deva, the deity of water. It is in the color of moon white and related to the sacral chakra, where we get the mantra Vam. It has the power to alleviate sickness and maladies. Finally, on to the sibilants and aspirate. The letters, which one is this? It's Sha. It's a retroflex Sha. The letter Sha is related to Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity. It is in golden color. It has the power to bestow riches and wealth. The letter Sha, palatal sibilant, is related to Dvadasha Adityas, the 12 suns. Basically, that means the sun within each constellation as the sun moves through each. It is in red color. It has the power of yielding all the desired objects. The letter Sa, the dental sibilant, actually, yes. No, my apologies. The letter Sa is related to Shakti. It is in red color. It has the power to give stability, to enable to exist for a long time. The letter Ha is related to Shiva. It is in the color of pure crystal. It has the power to bestow the 8 kinds of yogic accomplishments, anima and others, and the power to give the worldly enjoyments as well as liberation. Finally, the last letter, Ksha, is related to Vidya, science of spiritual discipline. It is in the color of milky white. It has the power to bestow happiness. Thus we've gone through the meaning of all of these letters. And English is just a very small subset of them, isn't it? But this is essentially the full space of human sounds. And now we've explored the divinities residing in each one, and why exactly mantras are chosen to have specific combinations of sounds, according to this ancient scripture. There are some final verses to end the chapter. Thus the presiding deity, effect and color of all the letters from A to Ksha have been told succinctly in the due order of the letters. For each letter, color, form, and the related deity are to be contemplated, based on such letters as associated with 3 factors, the seed letter corresponding to the name of a particular deity gets formed. Therefore, all these letters are considered as the seed letters. Having known such significance of the seed letters, the Guru should formulate the mantra pertaining to a deity. While performing the installation of a deity or linga, tying up the protective band, initiation, consecration, anganyasa and karanyasa, various kinds of spiritual rituals we won't go into. I'll just say that anganyasa refers to associating each part of the body with one of those sounds. The Guru should do the nyasa of these seed letters over his body or their body by touching their head and other parts of their form in the prescribed order. By the way, most translators choose to use the male pronoun. I will have you know that the original Sanskrit is actually gender neutral, so it's not implying the Guru is male. Guru can be male, female, or intersex. Sanskrit has a third gender. Ancient Indian culture said that there was actually a trinity of gender. There was male, female, and there was a third. Not just gender neutral, but actually. Having known well the specific features of the letters, Having well contemplated the color and form of all the concerned seed letters, the sadhaka, the spiritual seeker, should do the incantation, the japa of the chosen mantra. Such incantation is capable of yielding all the desired effects. In the Āgama, the scripture that we're reading, it is maintained that all these seed letters, these mothers, these matrikas, are considered as the important causal factors of all the mantras. The nyasa of these seed letters may be done as associated with the concerned Rudra and Raudri, Shiva and Shakti, masculine and feminine, or may be done without associating with them. By such nyasa, all the activities are accomplished. Therefore, the Guru and the Sadhaka should first do the nyasa of these seed letters and then do the incantation. Om iti kamika mahatantre mantrodhara bhatalodvitiyaha. This is the second chapter titled Formulation of Significant Mantras in the great Tantra called Kamika. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So, now you know the meaning of each letter, and I've compiled from this scripture a PDF in case you want it. Maybe I can pull it up for you. Let's see if I can bring up the Google Doc. I've made a corresponding Google Doc with all the information from all the 9 divisions, from the 16 swaras through the Karvarga, Chavarga, Tavarga, Tavarga, Pavarga, the Antashta, which is the semi-vowels, the Ushman, the sibilants and aspirant, and the Kshakara, just the letter Ksha. So it is from these letters that all sounds are formed. From these sounds, all mantras, all scriptures, all words are spoken. We are literally saying the names of the divine with each syllable. We just do not realize its power. If you would like this PDF, please let me know, and I will happily send it to you. Or you can check out the Kamika Āgama. This has been our meditation for tonight. Namaste. May you rest easy now with the spiritual invocation of each sound, part of your subconscious. So if you ever wonder, why does Om mean the thing that it does? Why did each chakra have its own seed? From Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. Why do certain deities have their own sound? Well, now you know, every sound is associated with a deity. Now, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to remember if someone here asks for the PDF. You'll have to reach out on another platform because I can't exactly put it in chat. But if you message me on email or Instagram or WhatsApp or Telegram, I can send you the link or give you the document directly. Tattvamasi, you ask, can I write mantra in Devanagari? Sure. You want the word mantra itself. Mantra is That's ma. And then here is the N. And then there's a couple ways to do this. But here is the syllable. Moving all over the place. Here's the syllable tra. Mantra. It's kind of awkward because there's that floating bit of the N. Mantra. Funny syllable. Ntra. Mantra. Some people write the TR differently. As it actually, yeah, in chat it renders differently. Gregor G is showing us a different way of doing the TRA. And that actually works better for the N. That you can also write the TRA like this. Oh my goodness. But you ask, why is that letter not in the PDF? Because it's not considered its own letter. Yeah. You might wonder why other consonant conjuncts are not in that PDF, and that's because they are conjuncts. If you take, oh wow, my mouse is really glitching. If you take the letter ta, and then you add this line down here that makes it into tra. So we're really making two symbols into one. It's not its own sound. Similarly, exactly, in the letter that's used to denote ya, I really should get a mouse pad. Yeah, this is better. If you take, wow, it's really moving all over the place. Wow, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Can you even recognize that? I might as well just explain with my words, since it's not exactly coming through, unless there's another surface that works better for this mouse. If you take ja, and you take nya, which looks like this, you notice that they're very similar. Actually, the only difference is that on the top letter you don't have an extra hook coming over. But that's ja and nya. If you combine the ja with the nya, then you get the symbol for nya, which just looks like adding that hook onto the end of another hook, and you get that letter. I'm putting it to the right here. Nya. That's a conjunct between the ja and nya. But you might ask, if those conjuncts are not included, then why is another conjunct included, which is, I can do that better. Why did we end with this letter, ksha? Because is that not a conjunct between ka and sha? The reason it's not considered a conjunct, and that is added to the end of the alphabet, or the abugida, is because actually something different happens in your mouth when you say it. Ksha, ksha. You have to make two articulations simultaneously. You have to curl your tongue back and retroflex and bridge the back of your tongue to the guttural region at the same time. Ksha. Whereas all other letters require just one articulation of the mouth, ksha requires two simultaneously. The other conjuncts are just in quick succession, like tra, like shra, and like nya. It's just a really quick transition, but for ksha, two articulations happen simultaneously. So it is sometimes considered its own letter, not just a conjunct. But the other letters are definitely just conjuncts. And that's exactly why it's spelled JN, because it is actually just a J and an N next to each other. But over the years, we've created a kind of unique symbol just to represent those two consonants coming together. And the same is true for tra and shra. So, with this contemplation in mind, we can expand our understanding of the spiritual element of the soundscape itself. You'll notice that you can find all the languages within the Sanskrit sound space, practically. Linguists might come up with some really fancy sounds that don't fit into that, but practically speaking, you can find all the English sounds there, you can find all the Chinese sounds, you can find all the, all of this, the Spanish, Latin, Greek, etc. found within Sanskrit sound space, which is the most complete sound space, coming from all 5 places of articulations, from the guttural, palatal, retroflex, dental, and labial, and all 3 combinations of qualities of sound that can be made in each place, from aspiration, voicing, and occlusion, contracting the airway. It's said that if you learn Sanskrit, you can learn any other language. You can listen to someone speaking a totally new language and you go, oh, I know exactly what sound you're making, because you can find them all articulated in the sound space of Sanskrit. Wonderful. It's like speech therapy, absolutely. You don't even realize the hidden structure of the soundscape of the human voice. It's so beautiful. Most of your life you just go through mimicking what you learned from others. Oh, you just kind of know what random combination of tongue movements and lip movements produces that sound. But when you learn mantras in Sanskrit, now you know why it sounds like that. Because you're moving your tongue in a very precise way to this very precise place and adding a very precise quality to it. This is why Sanskrit words are almost never translated into English. The spiritual significance is in full force in the physical and phonic symbolism. Alright, I have to bid you all farewell now. Thank you, dear divinity, for the rose you sent earlier. Radhe, Radhe. And dear hybrid Jen, thank you for the team cheers. It's very fun. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And dear Samra, thank you for your hanging lights. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And Liliamor, thank you for your heart me. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jayan Sargadatta Maharaj. So thank you all for being a participant in this Saṅgha. I leave you to explore your own inner soundscape and empower your speech with divinity. May this live stream be an offering to that divinity within you. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our environment, may there be peace within ourselves, and may there be peace in the forces that compel us. Now, if there's any part of this live that you feel like you could get more out of, wink, wink. Check out the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, where I upload the recordings of this, as well as the meditations and the readings, and the show and tells too. All there for you. And thank you for having me as your host. I wish to continue to dedicate myself to bring out the possibilities within everyone. I wish to understand each other's journeys, no matter how similar or foreign. May I take accountability with all of my mistakes and return with greater accommodation for the different paths at large. Thank you. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your star. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. May you have a wonderful rest of your night, your evening, your morning, your afternoon, whatever time it is for you. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.